Hello. Happy Monday, roommates. Oh, snack to start. What a fantastic beginning to Monday. Hello. Oh, happy Monday. Hello.
Oink.
It is cat girl time. I say cat girl really loosely also. It's not just cat girl time. It is cat girl, cat boy, cat they them, cat themed. It's time to nya.
Oh,
Hello. Wow, you're all here. Hello. Shakes Gary with excitement. Shake your Garys gently. They don't give your Gary any kind of brain damage, pretty please. That's not good for a Monday.
oink.
But hello. It seems that you guys are all very excitedly throwing your little shroom creatures at me. Maybe I should start by taking roll today. Maybe we start with roll. Oh, thank you for head pat. Needing inspo, this will be good. Yeah, we've got a variety. I think we only have one cat girl who qualifies as the classic trope, the pink hair cat girl herself. I think we only have one. Actually, wait, no, that's false. There's two that do qualify for that specific one. And then we have some other miscellaneous types of cats and all those kinds of ones, yes. He has concrete in his head. Yeah, well, you can understand why having concrete in your head might be a little bit more dangerous than a brain, right? Like, my brain, squishy, soft. Any damage incurred is to the brain itself. If you shake Gary too hard, that piece of concrete will fly around inside his skull and potentially, like, I don't know, crack it or do other damage. Maybe it'll even tear straight through the mushroom cap of his head. We already have holes in our head. We already got a couple holes in our head. Where's my hand tracking? Hello? Hello? Yep. We already have holes in our head. I don't need more. This is where all the brain cells are slowly escaping. They're slowly leaking out up here. I don't need any more of them to leave me. Wait, hang on. Sam, I need you to know that you were just tagged for a sex-based term, and the word it has flagged is the word Gary. What? Hey, this just in. Boobot for some reason thinks my son's name isn't appropriate. We can't have that. What? Do you see this? I had to permit his own name. Yeah, Gary was what was that was the one that was caught. Gary did nothing wrong. He's been censored just for existing. Moobot rebels yet again. Moobot, I don't know if Moobot likes any of us, least of all me. Moobot, I was so kind as to give you your own little, like, shroomate design and everything, and this is how you repay me? By preventing my son's name from being able to be read on screen? It's crazy. Moobot really hates me. Maybe it's just Selma. Maybe it's just you, you're right. Maybe it is just Selma. You for some reason take the brunt force of Moobot for an unknown reason, and I'm so sorry for that. But that could be it. Oop, I have a hiccup. But anyways, happy Monday. Moobot's having it rough. Oh, Moobot's having it rough. I'm having it rough. It's a Monday. I think we all have it a little rough today. Rough. Yeah. Oh, Andy Toon, thank you for following. Oh, only 2 pink cat girls, an insult to Ichigo and Momomiya from Tokyo Mew Mew. Let me tell you, Nocturne dear, I read Tokyo Mew Mew, the manga, as a 4th grader. Oh. I have been in the know of Ichigo of Tokyo Mew Mew since elementary school. My little sister and I used to pretend to be her and the other Mew Mews. And that was like our game we played when we'd run around outside. Back in the day of children running around outside and using imagination to play games. We would play games. My sister always was Mint. Mint was my sister's favorite. I think my sister has always dreamed of being a rich girl. And I liked Lettuce because I was the shy, quiet type. But yes, in partial honor, I guess, of Ichigo, pink cat girls. There are 2 of them. But there's a bunch of other things that are not pink. So don't worry, we'll get a full variety. You'll get your full Monday dose of cat girl today. Don't worry. Remember when Moobot kept getting mad at me for talking about the sun that one time? Oh my god. We said something about just... There was like a whole British hatred arc for Moobot too. None of it makes any sense. Not even remotely. Corey, you're not in this list, but you are currently in the folder for the next time we do blue. Corey, you're in the blue folder at the moment. Because your second submission is a little further down the line. These guys right here that we've pulled today are in the 400 range. I have finally broken 400 submissions I've looked through, which is crazy. We're actually getting through them faster because a lot more people are, you know, I'll discover people who have submitted to me previously, but then I do a consultation for them privately, and then I just get to take them out of the list or whatever it may be. So we're actually making more progress now. Yeah, we're almost at 50% of the way through, which is crazy, which is wild to me. Because as of today, I just checked. Let's see if it's changed. Since I checked, nope, it hasn't changed. There are 999 submissions to my free on-stream VTuber design critiques. 999 of you? Granted, I know some of them are like resubmissions or like updates and stuff. But still, yeah, these Google Eyes fully capture the way I feel about this, which is it's amazing to me that so many people are interested in coming to us for assistance, but I'm so happy that we've been able to help so many people. My heart is so warm and so full of joy thinking about just how many we've gotten to see. And honestly, it's so inspirational to me too, because it has expanded my repertoire of my visual inventory for VTuber designs. Now when I go on Skeb to get art, I'll see someone and be like, I critiqued your design. I see you've gotten art from somewhere. I just like recognize people places now. It's neat. So it's been a lot of fun, and it's crazy knowing that I'm like halfway in at this point. The list always grows, and there was a while where the list was growing faster than I was able to catch up to it in any way, shape, or form. But I'm slowly catching it now. I'm slowly catching it. Fern the Scuff, thank you for following. Considering submitting my design, but then again, by the time I'm up, I'll have forgotten I've done it in the first place. Oh, I mean, that's not necessarily true. If you have enough spores, yes, you can skip the line. That is an opportunity. If you've got enough channel points, you can. I think it costs, what, 50? 60,000 spores? Let me scroll down. It's the one all the way at the bottom. Yeah, 50,000. Which ends up equating to a number of watch hours sufficiently equivalent to whatever the amount that it would take to get a private critique. So that is an option. If cannot pay with money, can pay with time to some degree. No one likes a line skipper. I don't think any of the shroommates are gonna be upset with you. If you have been a shroomate and hanging out with us on stream for long enough to have accrued 50,000 channel points, no one's gonna complain. No one will complain. Who will be able to save that much when you can summon Eldritch EG 5 times? It is a tough thing because I don't want to de-incentivize using the channel points to do goofy nonsense. I don't want to do that. But at the same time, it's tough. There can be a balance struck, I'm sure. And yeah, we did have the Donathon skips too. There will be, potentially, spoiler, something similar to that may occur in May, like mid-May. So that might be an option also potentially, but we'll see. We'll get there eventually. But yeah. Editor Creek designs we know are still in use and updated. Yes, also that is helpful. Usually I do end up when I'm tagging people in the like video and stuff like that who are on the cover, I do end up checking in to see if they're still active, but every once in a while I miss one. Yeah. Just earn 50,000 is a sign of self-control to not have cast Eldritch EG when one could have easily. I mean, but then at the same time, you can get to like 40k and be like, the time is nigh. I think what this stream could use is a little bit of Eldritch EG, and I will just set myself back a week or two in my savings. That's how money works in the real world too, right? Right. So, let me do something here, which is, first, we're gonna do housekeeping. I just realized we have no music playing, and it's because I actually want to listen to an unusual music. Which is, usually we listen to Noiseless World when I do character design critiques, but I found that YouTube is actually, for some reason, filtering it out partially, even though it's part of the VOD, and it sounds real weird. In a strange manner. And, also, we've been listening to that same playlist for Check's watch 9 months, as if my watch tells me that. 9 months about. I learned, or not learned, more so remembered, recovered the sense that Yam reminded me that Red Vox allows their music to be streamed because it is DCMA free. I love Red Vox. We're just gonna listen to Red Vox and you can't stop me. I don't know if anyone knows who that is, but we're gonna listen to that today. May not be on the list today, but hey, design inspo for the redesign I'm still working on. Ooh, redesign. Ooh, okay, all right, I see. Let me put our music on. Let's do music. Let me see if it's actually going through. It is. Good. There we go. I think it's a good volume also. So we're gonna get a little bit of rock adjacent backing maybe for today in an unusual manner. We got music. Let's see if I'll be distracted by the fact there's voices. I might actually accidentally start singing, but that's okay. It'll be fun going back and forth today. Oh, Selma, what? In the real world? What? Huh? I'm not following. Anyways, since I gave you all a chance to sneak in here by yapping a bit here to get started, why don't I take a roll? Who's here, shroommates? Who's here? Let's see. Neat. I see Cotton Candy Floss, Rex, Miss Dire Wolf, Nilo, Stickerbait, Goldburst, Corybite, Selma, ouchie. There's a lot of you. Ren, Lance, Sanazam, Mini Karma, Nocturne Deer, Wordy, Weep Wop Whoop, Bun Cal, Rolina, Lil Chai Latte, Star Heron, Bleak. Who's here, YouTube fellas? I see Picto Shaman said Neon. Neon. Nali, Silverfay, Damani, hello. Baroque, Soma, Callie, also, greetings. Dungeon Slime, Snow Twig also. Wow, there's several of you. Atney Stray Kirat, Oh, Adney, are you an 80s fan? Hello, welcome in, thank you for following. Here at feeling icky, so we'll be napping. I am not going to lie to you, I also feel icky. Last week, I was having hot they-them tummy issues on Monday. This week, I'm having a different kind of tummy issues, which is not tummy issues, I have cramps. So I'm doing my best. I'm trying to be as full power EG as possible. I'm trying so hard. But if I have to go take an ibuprofen halfway through stream, we'll see. Yay. Neo4, thank you for following also. Your model's gorgeous, thank you! I made it myself. I'm a 3D modeler. EG, maybe I ask if on the list, perhaps. Coldbur's here's the problem is that I don't know what everybody's usernames are across the board for things. Let's see. These ones that are opened, you are not one of those ones, but we will find out. We will find out. Tummy ache survivor. I am a tummy ache survivor. I'm always a tummy ache survivor. Toby makes fun of me. My partner has bought me one of those shirts that has like the little kitty that's crying on it. It says tummy ache survivor. I have a weak stomach, unfortunately, sometimes. Victor Shaman, I see you're here. Mandrake Viscampo, hello. Hi, Ruka. All the best and get well soon. Thank you. I appreciate it. Always use a dry rice sock for cramps. Microwave it keeps it nice and warm for hours. I used to have a flax seed, one of those things. You could use as a heating pad, or I usually used it for my migraines because it smelled nice, it had lavender, and it like conformed to my forehead. You could put it in the freezer. But then one of my college roommates put it in the microwave, as you are supposed to heat it up. But like, you know, a normal amount of time, put a thing in a microwave for, you know, like a minute, take it out, see how hot it is, maybe 2. She put it in the microwave for 5 minutes and burned all of the seeds in it. And then it smelled awful. I should just make a new one of these days, but I was so upset. I was like, no. How does that happen? 5, I know, I was like, girly, did we not think this one through? Same girly pop was the one who used my toaster. I supplied the toaster for the apartment. She set the bag that had some paper plates in it on top of the toaster and turned the toaster on and melted the bag of the paper plates to the top of my toaster. And to this day, my toaster has this really funny, the pigment doesn't burn off. There's just this really funny green and purple and white in the shape of that specific like bag's logo on the top of my toaster. I love art majors with all my heart as one of them, but unfortunately, often there was a severe lacking of scientific method in the way that life was carried out. Also, reason to not make one using popcorn kernels. Yes, similar reason, yeah. Did they drink too much paint water? No! No, but she did, unfortunately. She was not, unfortunately, the greatest at the science courses, which is okay. That's not the things she needed to be good at, and after that, she was like, okay, lesson learned. Wait, the more I think about it now, I have one final story about this roommate, which is that she also put, you know how if you're gonna put something in a microwave, and the good old microwave, often if you're gonna put something in a bowl or on a plate to heat it up, you should cover it. So that way, when it gets hot, it doesn't like splatter all over the inside of your microwave, right? You know, things that are good for that. A paper towel, that's my go-to. Or like another bowl, but upside down. Or they may even make like plastic covers that have magnets on the top of them that you can stick inside there. Non like iron magnets, but like magnets that you can stick to the ceiling in there. My roommate used my pot lid inside the microwave. And it did, in fact, start sparking. It didn't wreck our microwave, thankfully, but I heard it, and I was like, what's that? Great. Wow, actually, wait, the more I think about this, hang on, there's even another one, which is that this roommate, we would cook stuff in our oven, and we had 2 different baking trays. We had one baking tray that was for cookies, so it didn't have lips on it. That way you could just, like, whip, and just, like, shake the cookies down off onto like a tray or something, and then we'd one that had a lip for cooking things in, right? She was making, I think like zucchini or like some sort of vegetables. She put oil on the cookie sheet, and the cookie sheet did not have a lip on it, put it in the oven, and I'm I think I was actually in class when this was happening. Suddenly I hear our smoke alarm going off. I go out into the kitchen, open the door, and there's like billowing smoke coming out of the oven because she's opened the door, it's on fire. And all of my roommates are just kind of standing there. And I was like, it's the fire extinguisher, what are you doing? What are you idiots doing? So my one roommate has a cat. I'm like, get your cat, get out the door with the cat. Because the room is like full of smoke. We're not talking like just smoke in the ceiling. Billowing smoke. I ripped the fire extinguisher off the wall with the thing that holds it into the wall because it wouldn't come off. Whoosh, into the oven. Like, brought the door. They're just like standing doing nothing. Wow, that was, the more I think about it, that was a wild living situation. Squeegee hero. I'll let you know, I am not a panicker and I am not somebody who won't, like when there's a crisis, I do not freeze. I will work the problem. I will solve the problem. This is me ready to bop my roommate, maybe slightly, not gently. Don't get me wrong, those roommates were lovely. They were fantastic and lovely. Otherwise, but the one girlie did, I don't know if she always thought things through fantastically. Did they open the door oven before they turned it off? No, they didn't, because the stuff that went in, the spray, did start to like cook a little bit to some degree and it started smelling really bad. So I did have to turn it off, but it kills heat so well that it didn't really matter anyway, but it was, oh, shaving years off my life. Shaving years off of my life. Shouldn't judge, my old roommate has some horror stories about me. Art majors aren't smart for real. Don't worry, I am equally not smart in different ways. We all kind of balanced each other out in that house. For the things that I lacked, they made up for in, and the things that they lacked, I made up for in. Don't worry. Instinct is a free, sadly, but I'm decent at fighting against that. It takes practice. I used to be somebody who would lock up under pressure, but necessity will bear many fruits, apparently. Like me figuring out how to deal with that. Bjorn Fjolsuner, thank you for following. I'm so sorry if I don't know how to pronounce your name. I have teacher debuff. Don't have very many good things to say about roommates. That seems to be a common trend, unfortunately. Anyways, did I miss any on roll? Amber, Witchsteria. Also, Amber, I hope your busy week was good. Diamond under pressure, yeah. Dr. Shooty, hello. I too am not the sharpest pencil in the pack. I'm not the sharpest pair of scissors that we have in our house. We have 3 pairs of scissors in my house. 2 are missing and 1 isn't sharp. I'm the one who's not missing. That's actually a really good analogy for me. We have 3 pairs of scissors. One of them's really sharp. One of them are like meat scissors so they can cut through anything. And the other pair never gets lost, but they aren't the sharpest. That's me. I'm the one that never is lost. I'm always there when you need me, but I'm not the sharpest. Listen, I never burned the house down. There's a pot-shaped burn on our table though. That's similarly not fantastic, but no fire is good at least. Reliable number 2. Yes, that's me. I am reliable number 2. That's the role I take in life. Many of the time. As an art major, I can agree, a little dumb. Yay. Yeah. Be kind to yourselves, shroommates, but also, for me at least, having the self-awareness that there are times when I need to ask for help and when I am not right about things is good to have. Joby and our relationship, you know, we're reestablishing a different gender binary. Joby is always right in our relationship. I'm always wrong. And I don't mean that in the way where Joby's like actually, or like always correcting me. If Joby says, well, we're at the store, we should buy more of something, bet we're buying more of it. If Joby's like, I don't think we're eyeballing enough of that yarn for something, bet we're buying more of it. And Joby is always right. Always right. I tend to have hubris, so I am never right when it comes to things like that. I'll be like, there's plenty enough sour cream for the thing I'm cooking. No, e.g., it's just $3. Just buy more sour cream. It's not that hard. That was fine. Yippee! You can still correct me even if it's fine. We can be great. I can desire to be better than just fine at name pronunciation. But been enjoying your videos, so I figured I'd stop by. Thank you for stopping by. Hi EG, hi chat. How's everyone doing? We're good. Purple Dragonfly, how are you? Also, anyways, let me kind of tangent us through things here. Did I miss the VTuber reviews? Nope, we just started. We're just chilling right now. We're just yapping. Our proverbial, usual, stock standard squeegee yap for the first like 20 or so minutes. Wait. What I'm hearing is Eeky Bewood. Not do well as a protagonist of a Greek tale. No, not likely. Actually, I'd do really well as a protagonist if you want the protagonist to suffer. Yes. Joby has good memory and good judgment, eh? Good judgment. That's true. That's true. That is accurate. Joby does have those things. Have been yapping for a while. Just 27 minutes. That's it. Not that long. But let me do housekeeping at least, so we can maybe tangent us into the right direction. Housekeeping for the week. So this week, we have today cat VTuber designs. Thursday, more Marvel Rivals VTuber design critiques. Shroommates. If you have characters you want me to make sure we cover when we do Marvel Rivals on Thursday, pretty please leave a comment on the VOD, because that is how I know who is desired to be discussed. Because I have some that Billy told me that I might look at, but I want to make sure I'm getting the ones people want me to talk about. I'll probably talk about New Girly, so I can link you to that VOD so you can leave your comment there if you have particular feelings, because that does help me greatly. Help me help you. You can help. Nope, that's my current stream that's currently live. Don't play that right now. Oops, fixed the wrong thing. Oi! Squirrel's the only one I know. So we haven't actually looked at Squirrel Girl yet. So that would be maybe an option to put in there. So here's the VOD if you have any particular fellows you want me to look at. That's not my hand. This is a can of ginger ale. Pardon me, late motion. No, not the ads, no. So that, number one, there you go. Second, extra credit. Our extra credit. In the Shroom State, we assign little funny extra credit assignments, usually character design related in some way. This current one we're doing, I would say, I guess this month's kind of, is designing a character that would get a 0 on my rubric. I'll show you the rubric in a minute. But we're designing characters that we get a 0 on my rubric. If you'd like to participate, ! Extra credit. And importantly to note, also, Shroommates, is that it is officially due next Friday. Next Friday is the due date for the extra credit assignment, so make sure you get your extra credit in time. There's a ton of really fun submissions, and I'm gonna post about it on Twitter today to see if anybody who has not necessarily noticed it on the Discord or maybe accidentally missed it some way somehow gets to hear about it. Deadlines, no! I'm sorry to give you deadlines, but don't worry. So there's this assignment. I have the next assignment for after this one planned already also, but that one actually ends up with a 2-month deadline. So you will have plenty of time, and those of you who will be doing finals, potentially May to June, won't have to worry about it. You'll have way more than enough time once summer hits to work on it, so don't worry. This one we just kinda gotta get done so we can announce the next one to some degree too, so yeah. I almost think it's not a straight up 0, it is bad though. Mine is not a 0, I don't think. I don't think my 0chan is fully a 0. But it's close. This is close. Second. Oh yeah, second. Brain no function. Second, housekeeping. Friday, I am finally continuing the Q&A stuff that we keep doing chunks of, only to fill it up so much that I don't get through it, all of it. So, if you would like to ask me questions for Q&A for Friday, there is a link you can do it through, because we're using my marshmallow to do it. Whoops, hang on, copy paste. That's not what I want to do, click that. Just hope I get under 3. I think most of the designs I've seen would definitely get under 3. Hang on, Shroommates, I'm losing my mind. I think we might have briefly talked about this last week. My mouse, for some reason, isn't registering my click if I click and drag properly. There we go. Take this, paste that there. That is weird. There we go. So if you have questions that you've been wanting to make sure I get to in some way, put them in that. Wow. There you go. Extra credit due next week. I got time next minute, e.g. extra credits due today. Shroommates, I'm speed! Rah! I know there will be Shroommates who will be working on the extra credit while I'm live on Friday, and that is okay. That is all right, it happens. I don't want to stress people out about something that's just a funny, silly little exercise. And I have been inspired to still accept entries to things past the official day when they're due. And we can kind of go back for them and look at them fast quick when we do our review type streams, but yeah. Almost paradoxical, like the concept would be bad character design, so if it's a bad character design, you could argue it gets points. No. The concept is probably gonna be oh, here's my pink celestial themed VTuber design. But the obvious motifs are plants, and also she's more green than any other color or something like that. That would be the way I think concept would work, right? What percentage of our grade can we make up with the extra credit? It's effort-based. It's effort-based. If you are in need, if your grade is sufficiently needing, we can work something. We can talk after class about it, don't worry. We give misleading concept. Kind of, yes. We should be able to see that there is some hint of the concept being there, but it should not be in any way that I'd give it points. It should be something where EG would look at it and be like, fine, I see that that was what you wanted, but you really didn't execute it. So don't say that it's supposed to be plant themed, but then it's all star themed, and there's no hint at all. There should at least be some hint of it, because otherwise it's just called lying about the concept. It's just saying one thing and meaning another. Gotta give like a hint of it? Yeah. So, was that all of my housekeeping? It may have been. We may be good. I may, real quick before we start here, have to go get that ibuprofen. I goofed up in my timing of taking ibuprofen today, so I wasn't allowed to take another one until after 2 o'clock. Oh, I'm still like 20 minutes earlier than I should be for taking another ibuprofen. Oh, God. Okay, here, wait. We'll do the rubric, and then I might vanish for like 30 seconds to go get an ibuprofen, and then be back, and then we'll continue. If that is okay. I'm all together. I didn't want to miss 2 Mondays in a row. That would feel really strange. Hi, kitty cake. I'd feel really sad. Get your IBU, hell yeah. I'll get my IBU. Ibuprofen, my BFF. Roommates, let's take ibuprofen together. I should make a meme of me doing that. That is, I've exposed Jubby to the concept of ibuprofen because they were not somebody who would take medication for feeling bad historically previously before. Revolutionary. They're like, wow, I don't have to suffer actually. I'm like, yeah, you don't. Crazy how that goes. Crazy how that goes, that you don't have to suffer. There we go. Oh, hi, Student. Gonna do one now. Feels therapeutic. Putting together my most difficult client descriptions versus what they actually want after first feedback session. Example, we want a goddess character who represents horror in the arcane. What they actually want, sexy ninja warrior with demon horns. Of course. That, Astrodite, people always ask me why I teach character design, yet my character design commissions are perpetually kind of closed. And that's why the psychic damage to me as someone who teaches it, trying to balance client expectations with things that make character design strong or make me not take psychic damage is actually really hard sometimes. Some clients are fantastic and amazing. Some will not actually tell you what they want and want you to figure it out, and the things they tell you are just the total opposite of what they actually want. They're just telling you the things that they think you want to hear. One day I'll do them again, and once I do, I'll probably have to vet a lot more for them, but... Hi, Gary. I see you showed up here. Did you have something you wanted to say? Are you shy? What's going on, Gary? Seems like you had something you wanted to say. Hello, Gary? Are you alright, Gary, my son?
Ibuprofen also helps you heal faster, by reducing inflammation, which makes healing slower. Because the body is not a very smart thing.
True.
Anyways, hi, I'm Gary Fungo, and this is Shroom State.
Hi, I'm Gary Fungo, and this is Shroom State. I've drawn the shape of a mushroom. I did know that! That is true. I was actually prescribed to take ibuprofen for a number of years in my lifetime. Which is a very strange thing to have happen. Secondarily, also, I don't know if any of you knew this, be careful taking ibuprofen. You cannot be addicted to it, but you can form dependency on it. Ask me how I know this. Not good. Don't do that to yourself. Do not take it consistently more than a couple days in a row without guidance of a doctor. Pretty please. Yeah. The best art directors will tell you... Wait, hang on. Why is it... Astrogydia really wants me to pin your comment and I can't read it as a result. Best art directors will tell you this character is going to be sex appeal of the project and her lore is that she's an arcane user with dragon motifs, so much more aware. Yes, the best thing you can do for a character designer is just be aware of what you want. Just tell them what you want. You don't have to tell them words that you think are buzzwords about what kinds of characters exist. Give them what you want. Tell them exactly what you want. Give them like a mood board. Do something. Be upfront about it. It saves you work and it saves me work. Yeah. I have a form dependency on it at 16. I was also around 16 when I had a dependency on it. And then I had one again when I was like 21-ish. Because in the list of many things I have, musculoskeletal problem, migraines, hot they, them tummy issues. I have a whole slew of things. And I was under the guidance of being supposed to take it. It was something they just had, they were like, hey, you're gonna be dependent on it, it's gonna suck, you're gonna get headaches as a result of stop taking it. That's just how it goes. So do be careful in medication use, yes. Hadn't been here and having it, didn't you have TTS? I do! It doesn't always work, apparently. It's kind of, slightly buggy, it appears. Yeah, here, wait, do that. Let's see if that fixes it. Might work better now. Character designer's job is to make it pop, but first they need to know what it is. Yes, yes, exactly, Life Through Thrive. I need to know what it is, and by it I mean the character design, not the way that phrase usually goes.
Beep.
Beep. You're right, beep. Thank you, Gary. Embarrassment is the scourge of creation communication, it appears. I would imagine embarrassment is the scourge of many communication attempts. Yes. Gonna be looking to be quiet today. Got 60 diamantes to hand stitch for tomorrow. Oh man, good luck. Good luck. DTS scoff, that's the EG way. 07, it is. True. Truth. Anyways. Wait, we're in the wrong room. Hang on. Anyways, wait, hang on. We gotta go here.
I am a shroom, meow meow meow.
Are you a shroom, Gary? Meow meow meow? I hope that didn't get cut out by my transition. There we go. Okay, so. Anyways, it sort of did. Oh, here Gary, go again. Gary, can you go again? There we go.
I am a shroom, meow meow meow.
Apparently shrooms go meow. I didn't know that. What sound does a mushroom make? That's what sound a mushroom makes, probably. We need to add cat ears to Gary since we're critiquing cat VTubers. Low key, I wanted to have my cat ear asset prepared for us today, but it actually broke, so. It's broken like the Miku pigtails. Because they're both physics having objects, neither's working. I don't know why. Also, hi, Live to Thrive. Yes. Well, there's precedent of a snail named Gary that can meow. Oh! Wait, I didn't think about that! Wait, yeah, you're so right, actually, honestly. Why not a shroom named Gary that can meow? There's also a Gary on TikTok who is the Gary has made you brisket. Say thank you, Gary. Have you seen the ones of those? Or Gary has fixed your combine tractor, your combine harvester. Say thank you, Gary. Where it's just the image of the scrunkly little kitty. Gary's a hip name. It's a popular name right now. It's a good one. I drew you cat ears for this? Oh, thank you. I'll have to check it out. Anyways, rubric, so I can go take my ibuprofen. Rubric! We have a Rubric-chan who is hanging out with us today. This is a humanization of our rubric designed by Anna. Oh, I got a hiccup. This is a very stern and very strict and very analytical Zero-chan. Go take it. What about the rubric, okay? What about the rubric? I'll take it, okay? I promise. I promise I'll take it. So, we're gonna hang out with this Rubric-chan while we do rubric real quick. Character design! Analytical. Analytical! Badum. Dr. Rubric, Professor Rubric. Yeah. Her name is Analytical. I think that's a fantastic name, actually. That would be amazing as a VTuber scientist name. That's so funny. Hey. Rubric! Here we have a character design rubric that we use in our vast attempts to remain unbiased and as objective as possible when it comes to VTuber design. I am a teacher, therefore I have made this. That is just the way that I am. In character design, we have 4 or 5 categories that we can score between 0 and 2 points in each of to get full points. In color palette, the palette needs to be interesting and cohesive, should work well from a distance, and should be... I guess interesting is a word I haven't underlined enough in this. I fear that I don't make it clear. I take points off sometimes because color palettes are boring, and I don't know if I make that clear enough. Interesting. Interesting is important. We don't always stress that one enough. No points if the color palette has instances of low contrast, if it's clashing, or if I'm slapping you left and right with color layers. No points. For silhouette. The silhouette is unique and easily identifiable. To get 2 points. Whoops, I'm covering with my hand. Positive negative space should be well considered. And if I were to draw a ladder on your design, drawing a horizontal rung everywhere that there is a major division in your character's design, it should not be climbable. Should not be. Dangerous ladders only in the shroom state. Also, to get no points, if you are non-distinct, blob-like, or have ladder design, no points. These are also things to keep in mind as you're making your 0 chans, mayhaps. For complexity versus clarity, the model should be well balanced and the details should support the concept and focal points without being excessive. I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plush without removing all of the elements that make you clearly, visibly you. You shouldn't lose yourself in the process of becoming plushified. To get no points in complexity versus clarity, the model may be distractingly too complex or too simple to the point of genericness, or you are just something else entirely when we make you into a plushie. You don't look like you. For focal points. To get full points, the focal points should be well executed. The viewer should be drawn to look at the face primarily, then visually explore the rest of the design. No points will be given if the focal points are fully lost or outcompeted by other areas of competing interest. Namely, often in VTuber designs, the assets. You know what I'm talking about. 4. Concept and motifs. The concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. To get full points, or no points, the concept will be unclear or non-existent. What this means. If you don't have a concept, I guess that's fine. But if you have a concept that is you but blue, that is a concept. But if you're green and that doesn't work, then that is still no points, right? Also, finally, we can give some bonus points. This is where I get to have a little bit of bias. As a treat, I can have a little bias. We haven't given a lot of points recently for unique, exciting art style or super unique, compelling lore or concept, but we often give out points for being put on the fridge. My thumbnail fellas who get to be on the cover of the YouTube and Twitch thumbnail end up being fridge fellas. So usually just ones I like. So, yeah. So what I will do, I will put you guys here with the first design. Where's my layer? Hello? Pardon? Where's my text? Hello? Hang on. I was gonna put you guys here and go get my ibuprofen, but it appears my text is not here. Let me copy and paste it, but I didn't hit OK. Who are you? This is Curry. Yes, this is Curry. Let me replace the text. Cheetah girl. Cheetah or maybe cloud. I think she's a cloud leopard. Actually, not to actually you, but I think she might be a cloud leopard. Let me type this in here. Her name is Curry. Pronouns are she, her. And her Twitter is at Curry Chi _. There we go. Whoop. Little cursed at symbol there for a second. Question mark. Hello? Okay, that's interesting. Am I cursed today? Maybe I'm cursed today. And that is our details. That's it. So, I will leave you guys very quickly to go to stew about this while I go do an ibuprofen. Let me... There it is. I'll be right back. Shroommates? Shroommates? Behave for the substitute teachers for the mods, please. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm so dumb. Oh, I'm so dumb. Hello, I'm back. Guess what? I just went out there, tried to find my ibuprofen, could not find it, looked everywhere for it, even climbed up into like the cabinet. I was like, oh, I wonder if Joby put it away, like up on like the top shelf or something, and I can't see it. Do you know where my ibuprofen is? Do you know where it is? Don't be mad at me, roommates. Do you know where it is? Right here. Don't know where it was. It's sitting behind my drawing tablet, which is my own fault. It's sitting behind my tablet. It was like tucked just far enough behind the corner that I couldn't see it. Oh, thank you for snacks. Let's go. Oh, Centrina, thank you for subscribing. Hello. Sorry I wasn't here when you subscribed, but I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy getting to rotate. Since everyone was relatively good. Really? Were they really? Can I get my substitute report? Were they good, Amber? Was this a miracle? Shroommates did not try and start fires? Wow! In my absence? Is this a moment of pride for me? Moment of excitement for all of you also. Also, I love that I'm just forever wearing this sideways. Relatively, there was a little silly, but that's all good. All right, that works. Don't take it on an empty stomach. Don't worry, I like just ate right before I started stream, but you know what? You know what, I will, just in case, eat a whole handful of snack. One of them left the fridge open, that's okay. ASMR, yeah, here, wait. Here, have a little, here. Guess what snack I'm eating? Can you hear that? Yes, you can. Crunchy. Crunchy. Fish. Yes, it is fish. It is the goldest of fish. I will eat a whole handful of gold fish, don't worry. I was like, but why did Gary have to be added as a permitted term? Because Moobot censored Selma's message for saying the word Gary. Moobot blocked a message from Selma and I think timed her out also because of the word Gary. Flagged it. It flagged it specifically for being sexually inappropriate. I'm not going to look up what that word may have any connotation of, but Gary is just a name. What the heck? But yeah, here, I'm gonna munch. South Park reference? Maybe? I don't know what the heck that means. Hi, Mad Buns. No, not Skittles. Cloud leopards? Yes, this is a cloud. I believe this is probably a cloud leopard, and yes, you guys were guessing like sky pirate, and that is also accurate. Yes. Looks at Gary and stares at Moo. What do you see in this little mushroom to be banned? I know, look at his cute little face. Look at his cute little face. Is there a bingo? There is a bingo! Exclamation point, crit bingo, if you would like. Moobot just jealous of his shroomate cousin. Moobot's jealous that he doesn't have a 3D form. Moobot's jealous that he is trapped. Specifically, you see that? Moobot gets a little shroomate, a little green one. But doesn't get any more than that, unfortunately. There you go. So there's bingo if you want to do bingo. Also like your hat. Let's go. Thank you. I'm glad you like my hat. Let me eat my crackers really quick and stop yapping so I can actually take the ibuprofen. And then we'll focus up. If I would have taken my ibuprofen an hour earlier this morning, this whole situation could have been circumvented, but nar, but alas. The white and black spots, Gary, is kind of cow-esque. You're kind of right, a little bit. But he said that if there was a furrification of EG, there were two options. Zany went for the direction of panda, but I feel like cow would be an equally valid direction. I liked panda because that's more like cozy and cuddly and connotation-wise. Cows, I think, are seen a little bit differently. Let me grab myself a bingo while I munch. I'm gonna munch. I'm gonna crunch. Raccoon. I don't know if I fit the vibe of a raccoon. Do you think I'm raccoon-like? I feel like I'm not maybe chaotic enough. I'm not a trash panda, really. I'm not Kalis Honkai Star Rail, so I don't think that fits me as much. Cows are our dear and honored allies in living. Cows are honored allies in living, that is true. I can agree with that. They produce liquid that does want to destroy me, but that's okay. Very raccoon? Oh, okay. Sure, if you guys think I'm very raccoon, maybe I could also be theoretically a raccoon. Found these keys somewhere? Incinta, why are you stealing stuff from Baroque? Don't do that. Baroque is our beloved keeper of the gates. Don't commit theft. I thought you guys were on the same side anyway. I'm confused. No, but you are a more polite cat who's trying to teach a class with their stuffed animal mushroom plush. I am. I am trying to teach a class. I'm trying to eat my crackers. Okay, hang on. Lock in. Not smart, not smart. Don't do this. Don't shove like 30 crackers in your mouth at once. That causes mouth to be dry. Educator are rare and super cool, and you gotta be smart to know about them and appreciate them. Oh? Task failed successfully. I will look into your vaquita. I will investigate them. Fluffy bunny with crackers, kind of. My mouth is like the Sahara right now. I will have to drink. I have ginger ale because I have tummy ache. I will be downing a good bit of that also. They eat fish? Really? Hang on, I'm Googling it right this second now. Whoa! Actually, I'm not because my mouse can't copy things. Let's see. Let me see if I can spell that. V-A-Q-U-I-T-A. Oh, they're like porpoise-esque. Yeah, poipus. He's a poipus. That's cute. You think I'm one of those? That's fine. I could be a poipus. I swim very well. I'm a good swimmer. I'm not supposed to swim in deep water, but I'm a good swimmer when I have to be. Okay. Ready? Okay. Ibuprofen? Alright, there we go. Task succeeded. Very small like you. Big coming from you, Aphrodite. Goober to goober communication. They are very little and very cute, though, yes. They are cute just from my little quick Google of them. But, finally, only an hour in, Vtubers Design Critiques. Oh, and the placebo effect of taking ibuprofen working on me already. Thank you. Fantastic. This is Curry, she, her, Curry Chi. And I believe she only said that she is a storm-themed pirate or sky-themed pirate. And yes, I can make the background a little darker. Let's see, is she separated from the background? Oh, is this like a really big file? It is, okay. Make this smaller. Woo! Yep, that's huge. You can't see how big it is. It's more than 10,000 pixels. Let me change that. No wonder my computer's a little mad at me. There we go. We don't need any more than like 6,000. Got all the cloud motif, so I think cloud leopard. Yeah, I would think so. Oh, to fit on my 10K monitor. Yeah. Dirt Stump, is it beautiful and high quality for you? You can see every single pixel. Okay, and see, even though I reduced it by half, we can't really tell there was any quality loss. So, this design, where to start? First, color palette. It's a very cohesive color palette for the most part, mostly warm tones with a couple little pops of blue in the upper body, and then a couple little pops of pink in the torso. There is definitely a really strong cloud motif happening inside the ears, on the edges of the clothing, even printed onto the clothing itself, and then in the sort of fluffer in the bottom ends of the boots. So there's a motif. Secondarily, the spots do repeat. They are in the hair, which is kind of neat. Do any of you guys remember the raccoon hair trends of ye old emo fashion styles where people would get the sort of leopard or zebra or raccoon or just any animal pattern in their hair? Neat. Yeah, Clouds and the socks. Yeah, we saw those. Yeah. They're good. Kind of miss it, not gonna lie. Go back. Go back. You can do it. Why miss it when we can just do it? We can have it. It's possible. Fellas, if you want to do it yourself, if you can do it, you can do it yourself. All you have to do it yourself is just get a piece of aluminum foil and stick it under your hair and paint on top of it, and then close it around it. You can do whatever you want forever, yeah. Yeah, those were the days. Let me tell you, I have done that to someone before. I have colored someone's hair to have that in it before. I was the haircut friend. I cut Jubby's hair, I cut my hair, I cut my roommate's hair, I cut other people at school's hair, I dyed people's hair all the time. It's doable. It's very doable as far as dyeing goes. Let me tell you. Scene was great, but I love that that sort of is almost like a nod to it. Got a couple little tattoos that are reinforcing the sort of storm motif with the lightning. Got these really, really teeny tiny sort of end caps for the laces. Do these count as aglets, even though they're not on shoelaces? Good question. I don't have the answer. But I think they need to be bigger, either way. Yippee! Tall! Yes, those were the days. I was about to say that sounded like it was coming from experience. Yes. I never had it in my hair specifically. I never had the scene hair myself personally. I had really like garnet colored hair, and I've also had bright orange hair, but I've never had that particular one. These. Bigger. They're a little too small to see the way they are right now. And I think they need a drop shadow also, because right now they're having a little bit of a contrast issue against the rest of the dress. Do you see how from a distance we still can't fully really see them? Aglets can be on any lace. Nice. I hope the reason why we all know what that word is because of Phineas and Ferb. I'm just gonna give this like a really quick drop shadow. Bear with me, I'm gonna make it not as dark. Just because I feel like that'll make it so that we can see them more clearly also against the torso. Yeah. Did you see how that adds some clarity there? Yeah. So I think that works. Secondarily, I fear that the pink on the torso is a little bit odd. Yeah, Silver, yes, yeah. There's a new season, I heard. Let me tell you, I follow Dan Povenmire on TikTok. Oh, I keep up. Hi, Ame. A little bit worried the double lightning bolt symbol thing for reasons I don't think anyone wants to get into. Oh, yeah, I see. Thankfully, depending on how they've shaped it, I don't think we should have to worry about that too much. But since you say that, we could just stagger them. And I think color will be important for that also. For avoiding that association, potentially. So maybe if they weren't both the same color or something else like that, we could avoid that association further, yes. That is one of those things I do have to warn about. I see, in my consultations I've done privately, a number of people will have armbands of some sort that are mostly just in reference to, you know, in a lot of Japanese clubs you will wear an armband if you're the president or like an association with them, but I have to be like, hey, that particular color you've chosen, don't do that. Please pick a different color. Please pick something else and make it really clear that you're, nope. And they go, oh my god, I didn't think about that. And I go, yeah, be careful. So, if we offset them a little bit, I think they'll be less likely to draw that sort of association. Sorry I'm late. Real Cats greeted me on my way home, was naturally delayed. That's okay. Being delayed by Real Cats is fantastic. I love Real Cat delays. So, color. We were talking about color. I fear that the pink being used on the corset feels a little bit out of place right now because it's only located on the torso. It's a little bit isolated. If we want pink to be a color in this palette, we may want to put it somewhere else also. But at the same time, I feel like we almost don't need it. I fear that, or feel that maybe we could just use the color that we're using for the shading elsewhere instead. And it'll feel a little bit more homogeneous. A little more harmonious, not homogeneous. I'm out here using my chem words instead of using my art words. I used to confuse my students so bad. Homogeneous, I guess, still works because that means well mixed or fully mixed together, but they'd be like, what the heck? Just say harmony, just say harmonious. I don't know. Homogeneous just rolls off the tongue so much better. I hadn't seen these particular cats all winter, so it's good to know they were okay. Yeah! My family has always been a haven for miscellaneous random cats hanging out, and it was always like, you'd get really concerned when you wouldn't see a cat for a couple weeks, but then they'd reappear and it'd be like, okay, it's all right, it's all good, the cats are fine. There we go. I feel like this works a little bit better for that area of the torso. I feel like the cloudness of this design, yes! I really like that the clouds are worked in as part of the overall shape language of the dress. It's not just clouds that are stamped on as a pattern on the fabric, but the clouds are also becoming cloth. They're becoming fluff. They're becoming almost fur in a neat way, which I appreciate. I don't know what these weird little floating bits are. I don't know if those are necessary. Get rid of those. Because they're not really adding to the feeling of it being cloud-like. I will say the way that the cloud is depicted does change a little bit oddly as well. So I might suggest shading all of your clouds in the same style? I wonder why it's different. Where do you see how it's very fluffy and light on the bottom edge here? This really feels celestial, or like it's from the sky. It's got that sort of ethereal glow to it and sparkle. It's really nice materiality. This cloud here doesn't have that so much, but then these clouds down here have it again. So I would say, make sure you're rendering with consistency, because this shadow that's dropping back here is strong enough that we won't have problems with clarity. So you could do the same kind of render style. Oh, I'm losing my voice for no reason right now. What's that about? Might need another sippy of drink. And that could maybe be blurred out. That way it feels a little more harmonious in that area. Hello, voice. I like the suggestion of metallic silver thread embroidered into the corset. That'd be so pretty. It would be pretty. I think we're trying to go somewhere between this feeling a little bit rugged, you know, in the fact that we have hiking or pirate type boots in some way with it, but I'm getting a little more like Renaissance fair-esque pirate from this. So maybe having a little bit of like silver trim or something wouldn't be too far off. It was like, oh, here's like silver thread coming through here. Just part of the bracing. Do they have their cold coat on? Are they a cold front because they are chilly and a snow leopard? Is a good question. Ooh, A-G-L-E-T, Aglet, don't forget. Yes, I don't remember how the song actually goes though, unfortunately. But for color, I think that was my primary critique. I think that the eye being the most saturated blue and the most of it in one flat plane was smart because that does make the face very focal on top of the eye patch. Honestly, I feel like an eye patch is so funny to me in a lot of character design senses where it is being used to signify pirate. It is being used as a shorthand for pirate. If we got rid of the eye patch, it might take us a little bit longer to get to the fact that this character is a pirate, but with it, we know immediately. But it's so funny to me in VTuber designs how often someone is a pirate, but they still have an eye under it that works. And I know there's lore about pirates using eye patches to preserve night vision or something. Yeah, ironically, real life pirates did not use the eye patch. And then how many VTubers just like have a thing where they can switch which eye patch it's on or just take it off completely? It's so funny to me. But does it look cool? Hell yeah. Well, hell yeah, it looks cool. I don't think we need a hook hand though. But the face is very focal. The only thing I end up having a little bit of trouble with around the face is clarity when it comes to where the colors are sitting against each other in the hair. If I zoom out, the hair mostly becomes one shape and then we have these two little tendrils coming down the front. We could use a little bit more shading in here just to give us a little bit more information about where the edges of objects are. Just give a little more drop shadow because you see there's a nice little tiny braid in here that we can't see from a distance on both sides because it's not existing at high enough of a level of contrast from the hair under it. And same deal, like these side bangs go down in front of this hair, so we could outline a little bit of that. And then under here, where it switches from being side bangs to being hair that's in the back, I'm gonna go like this and then I'll airbrush it so that way it sort of just fades out. But those might be a couple nice little tricks to give us a little more clarity. Oops. I'll just put this. There we go. Let me do the other side real quick. There we go. Not gonna lie, having music that has words and has words that I know, kind of a bop. I'm like loving this today so far. There we go. Maybe cloud lightning design on the eye patch, but somehow not to scream Disney Hercules. Maybe. My other concern with the eye patch is that if we add something to it, it'll just be a decal, unfortunately. Which might feel a little bit corny also. There we go, let's see. If I go like that, and then if I blur out the bottom edge here, actually I might just blur it out everywhere. Whoops. And see if that gives me more of the clarity I was looking for. Honestly, as I'm like rendering, I'm like, okay, well I would probably put it here also. I'd probably put it like here also. Let's see. And then blur. There we go. So do you see how we can now see the hair sections from a distance more clearly? The hair feels a little bit more dimensional. And yeah, those are braids on the hair. My critique for the hair is that the level of detail of the hair is so much higher than the level of detail of the rest of the design, which on one hand, not bad. Adding higher levels of detail adds contrast, which will make us want to look to the head, but it ends up being maybe just a little bit too complicated, where perhaps the braids themselves that are up here are maybe just not necessary. Because do you see, if we zoom in on the head here, compare the line width of the hair to the line width of the braid and the line density of the braid compared to the rest of the hair. It's just so much denser for some reason. So maybe we don't even need that. Maybe I would just go like this. And say that they're not really adding anything, so we'll just cover them. Hang on, I gotta turn my multiply off so I can figure out what color's supposed to be in here. Oh! Hi, Manzana! It was made with a braid brush. Yeah, it does look like it may have been made with a brush. I feel like I see that pretty often in VTuber designs where I can almost identify the exact brush that's being used for stuff. I see it a lot with like pearls and stuff. And two artists, there's nothing wrong with using those brushes. I don't want to be mistaken here, but honestly, under most circumstances, those brushes are best used on your sketch layer to just get the general shape of something and then drawn over after. So like if you wanted this braid to be here, you could have used the braid for the sketch layer and then drawn over it and then rendered it yourself the same way you drew and rendered the rest of this here. Yeah, using them as a template works a lot better. They can be kind of tricky to integrate well into a design because you do end up with something like what is happening here going on, potentially. Whoa, there we go. My program was thinking for a second there. There we go. Just tell the style's not the same. Yeah, a little bit. Cover this up. I'm like fully re-rendering the hair for some reason. I don't know if you noticed that. I was like, beep, let's like fully re-render this. Why am I doing that? I don't need to do that. And then I do need to erase out where, whoops. This was on the multiply layer. There. I think that's a little better clarity, right? Then with belt buckles, yeah, I will use them often if I am not feeling like figuring out complicated skirt ruffles. There's some nice scalloped edge skirt ruffle brushes that I'll use as a basis and then sort of fit it together. And I notice a lot in comics. Yeah. There's a reason why it's used in comics, which is because drawing comics, you want to find everything you can in order to make the drawing more efficient and faster. Comic drawing is all about speed, so I'm usually very forgiving about it there because each drawing, to consume one drawing in a comic, takes you like 3 seconds. Meanwhile, for the person who drew it, it's gonna take them like 3 hours, 3 days, however much amount of time. But in a VTuber design, or in VTuber art, a VTuber ref, the art is the finished product. So we wanna make sure that the finished product feels like it is fully rendered in a way that has longevity of, people are going to be looking at this for hours and hours and hours. Yeah. Hi, Dyslexic Noodles, thank you for following. Hope you're having a lovely day, fellow artists. Also gorgeous art. Thank you, hope you're having a lovely day too. This is not my art, this is the art of Curry, but we are critiquing it, we are modifying it a little bit. I will check out your anatomy suggestions also, Aphrodite. I think I know what you might be suggesting, because it might be some, I'm not gonna look yet, because I still have a thing I wanna suggest. See if we're on the same page. We'll see if we were on the same page. So, okay, where was I? That for clarity, adding a little more shading there. For me, there is at least some visual weight in this design at the waist, but I feel like this is a missed opportunity where cats, specifically I believe snow leopards, have really, really big paws. They have giant fluffy paws. This is a classic, I just want the shoe to be bigger situation. Am I maybe biased because that's how I tend to draw proportions? Maybe. And I'm waiting to see if this is what Aphrodite did also. Give me big old chunky shoe. I might even just fully make the toe even bigger too. Just make them real nice and chunky. Because I think that also plays into sort of the duality here between very cute and light and ethereal, but also, you know, is also about business, is standing on business. We've got these combat boots, or, you know, boots in general for being a pirate of some sort. Practical and cute. But give me chunky shoes. Honestly, we could probably go even bigger than this, but that might get into the realm of cartooniness, which I know people aren't always a big fan of. And then, similarly, I like the way these are already sort of styled, but I wonder if we could make them claws, just for sort of an added fun little motif moment. Let's see, where do I have it? So that way we're adding to the little bits of reference to cat. Or maybe those are just fully clawed, but I feel like missed opportunity for claw, and then put the cute little toe pads in the bottom of the shoes, like, you know, we tend to. Yeah, make them paws, almost. Yeah. Big old beats. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts shoes. They got big old paws. Classic E.G. Stompy boots. Almost like I'm a big old boot lover. I almost gave them the exact same scale as my boots. My boots tend to be really big in the toe. I like me. But Sora would be proud. We like making Sora proud here. If she's Clouded Leopard, could easily add a little fangs. Clouded Leopards have the longest fangs compared to their size of any living cat. Really? She has little fangs, but maybe they could be bigger fangs. Because that is honestly still a critique I have of a lot of VTuber designs, which is that, you know, if you are at the size that I am on screen, most of the time, we're usually around this size on screen. The nose is so small, I can barely see it. There's no eyebrows happening, so how are we gonna read your expression? And your fangs, they're so little. I can't see them. Hi, Rusty. Yeah, not enough fangs. We can even make the lips thicker so that we can see them a little better, but give me bigger fangs, give me more exaggerated mouths. And this is a design that I feel like could also still benefit from having eyebrows that we can see through the hair. That is one of my, I'm not always a big fan of a lot of VTuber trope things, but I love the VTuber trope of, or just anime in general trope of having visible brows through hair. Because we see the brows in here, but just commit, just commit. And maybe we can even see it on top of that. I know it doesn't have to be realistic. Maybe they'd even need to be darker. Oops, I think I turned off my multiply layer at some point. I made them way thicker. Whoops. I tend to also like thicker eyebrows, but that way, if you're trying to be expressive, we'll be able to see them a little better. Because now I can see eyebrows from a distance also. We can read your expression more clearly. Yeah, smidge darker. Yep, we got it, we got it. I think I may have put other things on this multiply layer that weren't meant to be on this multiply layer. Like the nails down here, hang on. Fix that real quick. There we go. And then these also are supposed to be on here. Did that fix everything that I had going funny in here? Yeah, there we go. Got it. Your segment borders are pretty cool. Thank you. It's my classroom. Welcome in. I drew it myself. Stanley, thank you for following. Fangs also. Oh wait, were the fangs also on it? Oh, they're right, they were. Hey, whoopsie. Hang on, let me... There we go. Jay the Kid, thank you for following. To be honest, I like the simple eye patch. I honestly don't mind it. I saw some suggestions of maybe putting like the spots on it. And it might be kind of funny because the whole point of leopards having spots partially is because it is like patterning that's meant to be distracting, makes it hard to track them when they're moving, it's good camouflage, but they also read like eyes a little bit. It makes them intimidating. So you could almost make like one big spot on here. It might be goofy. It might just be goofy. But I just want to try it. It might be too busy. But the spots read like eyes a lot of the time. So I'm wondering if just one big spot. I don't know if I'm gonna stylize this correctly so that it feels correctly like it. Like that might be kind of interesting. But at the same time, honestly, I don't mind it being sort of a basic eye patch. A lot of things that are for You know, like my wrist braces aren't designed to match me. They could be. Would that be good character design? Also, yes. But we don't have to design up everything. But on one hand, it is also kind of cute. It might be kind of cute. Also, if it tracked like an eye, that would be funny and also kind of creepy. But it might just be an interesting idea to consider. Let me snoop and see what Aphrodite was going to suggest for us. Wee-wah, life suggestions. Whoop. Yeah, Gary's brought you ibuprofen. Say thank you to Gary. Thank you, Gary. Not any suggestions. Portions of the collarbone, neck bust area, skirt shape, adding motif to the eye patch. Yeah, this is more so, I think, drawing critique to some degree, more so than design critique. Where, yeah, there is some odd things that happen in VTuber design quite often with anatomy, where it was just a little bit too high up. There weren't really collarbones. But I think that's more in the drawing itself than in the character, potentially. Oops, spoiler. But I do agree with you. If you are somebody who has cleavage, I don't think your cleavage goes all the way up to your collarbone. And I do think that we are accidentally seeing stuff that should be clipped right now. You can see a hard line. I'm going to imagine that, like, this might just be wrong layer order for, like, a live 2D type thing. And then this might be something we're supposed to be able to see from the side and not the front. And we just have all the layers on right now, if I had to guess. They sit lower than most people tend to draw. That's also true. And for 99, I think, % of the population, your chest is not so ever feasibly so wide that it could fully hide your arms, because they'll tend to sink lower and also they're not as wide potentially, but I'm sure there's cases where that is true, but that is a VTuber thing that Yam and I have talked about, which is, man, when they go bustier, for some reason they just tend to get a lot wider instead of heavier and longer. Yeah, gravity does not exist for VTubers, which is fine. VTubers don't exist either, but it's okay. Yeah, not that perky or side-facing, do the cover arm thingy. Yeah! All of this mass that's on the side, if we were being realistic, would be falling down. It wouldn't be sitting out, but that's fine. We don't need to be critiquing reality of proportioning and stuff. Yeah. One thing I've learned about all those how to draw anatomy guides is that real human bodies are really weird. They are really weird, but the weird thing about human bodies is that we will accept a lot more variety in hyper-realism than we will in stylization, but in different ways. I should repeat that statement. So we will accept smaller amounts of variety from what we consider to be sort of like the basis for things in reality, more so than we'll accept it in stylization. Because the stylization, technically we're getting less specific. It's broader. You know, so for me as a person, as like my actual face proportioning, I have a like sort of tall chin. My face doesn't fit like what they say, the guidelines for how to draw a face. And if you draw my face and don't shade it in and don't fully render it and you're drawing it really accurately, it looks whack. It doesn't look A, like me, or B, like a person. It looks like you drew someone wrong. But we accept it in reality, and once you fully render it and shade it and make it look realistic, it works. But if I'm drawing myself stylized, I have to modify my proportions so that it doesn't look jank. It's like a weird phenomenon where you end up in the uncanny valley, and sometimes those things don't work when we stylize them to the point of anime. It just ends up getting odder. So it's strange. Anatomy is such a strange thing. There's no true hard rules for anything. There's just guidelines sometimes. It's tough. Laying on my side the other day and noticing how weird abdominal muscles look from certain angles. Oh yeah. Sometimes I have to tell my students to draw weird in anatomy classes because they'll be at an angle where it's just like, well, that doesn't look like a shoulder. So they try and draw it to look like a shoulder. But then by trying to draw it to look like a shoulder, it just looks wrong. They have to draw it the weird way that it really is, which our brain will be more willing to accept potentially. Yeah. So anyways, we accidentally tangented there. Further thoughts. 4, silhouette. I don't think I did anything that affects the silhouette. So I can just drop a black layer on top. Oh, I made the shoes bigger. Big boot. So, silhouette. Ignore the funny things I've drawn on top. There's a little bit of visual weight in it. It's not a bad silhouette by any stretch of means. But I feel like we could maybe get more out of the hair, and that little lightning bolt ahoge, I feel like we could make that more prominent, because it's something that sort of fell back until we put the silhouette check on it. I feel like that could be bigger, and then I feel like the hair could have a more interesting shape maybe. The hair doesn't feel super specific right now. Looks like big claws in the boots. Oh yeah, because I didn't hide that. There are claws in the boots, I just don't have them hidden properly. Well, thank you for following. Lockin, you got this. Tell me to lock in, concentrate on my essay. Nilo. Do your essay, Nilo. So, for the hair. For hair shape, I feel that for the silhouette, it might be beneficial to exaggerate these hairs that are coming out the side a bit more or something. That way your hair has a little bit more variety in its shape. You see what I mean? Where these can also feel sort of maybe whiskery in a cute way because you are already a cat. But then that gives you a little more width. Your hair was very vertical and square shaped. Going like this might give us a little bit more visual interest in the hair area. Then for your ahoge, I honestly might just make it bigger. And might rotate it a little bit because right now it's not really coming out of the center of your head. But I think that's kind of a cute way to get the storm aspect into the design a little bit more. And my final thought, I think, was that if you were going for storm as far as concept goes, I wonder if we need a little more gray. Storms are not associated with these beautiful, bright whites. I wonder if we could have gradients coming into some of these clouds that make them a little more gray. Hello? Oh. That's true. It is stars bright and glowing. Thank you, Vinny. He's jingling, I believe in you. Yes, believe in you. Thank you for head pat also. Change the leggings to gray. We could. I fear that that may end up being a little bit too focal. We can try it. Pick like a cool gray. Oh, thank you. I will take a sip of drink. Thank you. Let's see. And then maybe I put like a gradient on them or something to make them darker. Go like this first. And then I'll make them darker some. If the clouds change the toggle, it'd be fun. Ooh, that could be neat. Like if we have a angry toggle or something that makes all the clothing turn into like dark, stormy clouds. That might be neat. Ooh, I have the wrong color undertone for this gray also. Let's fix it. Wow! Hey, don't throw me around. It's a Monday. I have tummy ache. Me multiply. Whoops, you can see where I missed. Like maybe not this dark. Maybe like that. And then we could have even darker colors somewhere else too. When I zoom out, this might not be working the way I want because it might be too dark so that it might be distracting. Hang on. Oh, that's not a blur tool. Like that, maybe? Great googly moogly, 10 out of 10 art. Thank you, this is not my art though. Thank you though. This is Curry, she, her, we're critiquing her design. I'm doing just a little bit of modification on her. I am an artist, however. I'm an art educator. But this is not my drawing. Planned to write that one 1.5 hours ago and I have nothing. Write your essay, Nilo. Might darken the dress too. Yeah, I might darken the inside of the dress as well. Oops. Hello? Oh, it's clipped. Hello? There we go. And then the handle stand out more against it. Right now the color undertone is slightly wrong. But then we might feel a little bit more stormy. I'm going kind of quick because I realized that I think we talked about just about everything for this one at this point. And I want to make sure we're keeping schmoving properly. It makes it very similar in color to the background color, but it does make the lower part of the design less important. Then maybe I'll add like a little bit here and give it a little bit of like a gradient. Blur it in. For unity's sake. But more stormy, I think, is the critique potentially. Darkening the tights has separated the tail from the leg. That also, that's true. There was a little bit of a clarity thing happening with the tail and the leg potentially, and also the tail and the underside of the skirt that I feel like this helps a good bit. My background color it's sort of disguising into right now, but that's on me. I always wondered why cat VTubers designs don't have their tails as belts. Usually it's because the tails are fluffy, but I see a lot of skinny-tailed cat VTubers. Hey, that's a good idea. That's a good idea to write down to your mates. If any of you need cat VTuber design ideas, wear your tail as a belt. I feel like, honestly, a lot of the times we're trying to make sure that the tail has movement, so people have like this sort of like swishing thing, and that's what they want the tail to do, or they want it in the silhouette, so that might be why they're not using it that way. But yeah. Maybe making the clouds a bit bigger, especially on the arms. We could make these ones a little bit bigger on the arms or move them up a little bit higher. That might be more of an art thing than it is inherently a character design thing. I'm gonna start grading and see if I missed anything. Oh, look at this, perfect. Analytical has the colors right here for me for grading. Color palette. Ouch! Hey, which watch? Why are you bonking me? What for? What's the name? What's the reasoning? What for? It's Monday. I have tummy issue. Why you bonk? I'm already suffering enough, aren't I? Ah. Color palette. I think you need more of the gray for concept reasons in it, if you're gonna be stormy. And I also feel that the pink that was on the torso was a little bit misplaced, and you had some contrast things happening in the hair where we were missing some clarity. So for that reason, I think it's a 1 for color. For silhouette, it's not bad, but I think we can make it a little bit stronger by making the hair a little more exaggerated in its shape. Also, the lightning bolt, more exaggerated. For complexity versus clarity, honestly, I'm not concerned. It's well balanced, and the face is definitely the focal point because of the eye patch and the eye color, so that works for me. For focal points, same deal. It's working, really no concern. Concept and motifs, I feel that we're getting sky pirate, or maybe cloud pirate, snow leopard, sky leopard, something of that sort. I don't know if storm is important to you, we might want a little bit more gray in the clouds. But otherwise, I think it's mostly working out. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10. That's pretty good. That's a strong start for a Monday. 8 out of 10. Can we get a round of applause for Curry, please? 8 out of 10. Yippee! Also, nice to see you again, Squiiji. Nice to see you again, too. I refer another VTuber to you because they love mushrooms and they've done education streams about mushrooms. Oh, for real? For realsies? I want to know other mushroom VTuber people who like mushrooms and are VTubers or maybe streamers. Peace Guy, thank you for following. Yay, clapping for Curry. But I love meeting other people who are as interested in mushrooms as I am because there's not as many of them. Most people who are interested in mushrooms are very interested in just the aesthetics. Which is nothing wrong with that. They're fantastic. They're very aesthetically pleasing. Their name is Emothic VT on Twitch. They're a 3D modeler? What? Just like me for real. Let me write this down. I'm stealing this person from you. Thank you. I'll be putting that in my back pocket. Mushroom lover and 3D modeler? That's just how I am. That's me. But, the reason I was saying that was because I, yesterday, was thinking about mushrooms quite extensively when I was reminded that it is International Asexuality Day. So, to all of the ace shroommates, happy belated Ace Day of Ace visibility and other things. I am an ace VTuber. I'm an ace mushroom. Did you guys know that a lot of mushrooms are asexual and that they reproduce asexually? But whenever I'm kind of feeling funky as a human being, whenever I'm feeling funky as a human being about my gender, my identity, my romantic feelings. Oh, see, that's a nice little heart with the ace thing there, yeah. Whenever I'm feeling funky about it, I look to mushrooms as my little guide. Because anything that I ever feel funny or unnatural about in myself, mushrooms have it going on for them. And it's totally natural. It's totally natural. Mushrooms are the opposite of asexual. No, they aren't. They asexually reproduce via spores. They don't need any other thing to it. They just produce with that. Yeah. But anytime I'm feeling funky and unnatural in any way because of the areas I used to live in that were very conservative and all that, I look to mushrooms. Mushrooms exist outside of gender binary. They exist outside of, you know, sexuality and any of those things also. And we're much more similar to mushrooms than we think we are often. So don't let anyone tell you that we are doing things in an unnatural way or whatever. We love our mushies. And we love being queer. It's fantastic. I wouldn't have myself any other way. I'm ace too, and it's rare in my area. I will tell you that in my real life, I think I've met 2 other ace people who were out ever. And that was it. There is a very large, proportionally, amount of shroommates who are ace, however. Which has been very funny for me to find out. How many of us are ace in the shroom state. Like sees like. We can shake our hands. Shake hands. It's impressive, yeah. Hello? Yeah. Or even when I was on Twitter, seeing yesterday all people posting about ace day visibility and all that, I was like, oh, you're ace? You're ace too? Wow, there's a lot of us, surprisingly. I guess not surprisingly, but maybe just surprising to me. I feel like I haven't gotten to meet very many in my life, so it's nice seeing how many there are, and some of them are like, ah, you're a compatriot of mine, hell yeah. I love mushrooms and also degree in 3D modeling too. What is the overlap here? How do we keep, what is it with mushrooms and also being into 3D modeling? I feel like this is an interesting overlap that I'd never expected. Nice amount of ace roommates, right? Right? Very similar if the kid confuses so many people, obsessed with mushrooms. Everyone's just like me. Interesting, but not necessarily terribly complex shapes. Maybe for 3D modeling, I could see that, yeah. I could see that. All right, let's get to the next one. Where's my text? Hello? Why does this keep happening? Who are you? What? Where's my text? Was I just not paying attention when I was making these earlier? What? I don't even have yours open anymore. What? Where are you? Oh wait, no, I do have you. There we go. Okay, I'll just have to write this one. Calico. So this is why I said that we are cat themed and not inherently cats, because this one is not a cat. Yeah, cat Oni. Cat obsessed Oni. Do not read it as a cat, read like an Oni. It's the ears that look like horns, but they're not ears. It is an Oni. She is cat themed. Let me write. That's why we're not exclusively just cats. We are fellows who are themed after cats also, because I think this is a clever take on having a cat-based design. Not only is it pink in the hair, but also has cat influence, but still ends up feeling fresh and different because it has something else going on in it. So this is Mookie / Miyuki. She, her. And she did not have socials that she gave me, so this is what we have for her. Let me see if her social, I can find her. So I tried to find her before starting stream, and I was not able to. Let me look a little further though. If I can't find an app for her, we may just have to leave it like this. Darn it, cannot find. She may not have debuted yet, potentially. Catfan Oni is definitely unique. I haven't encountered that before. Yeah, I've not. On a private Insta. Okay. It had permission. She gave permission for us to critique the design on stream. So we will just look at her. Oh, Flamebird Phoenix, thank you for gifting a sub to a Mothic. That was very kind. Thank you. Can we rotate for Flamebird Phoenix, please? That was very nice of you. Let me copy this. Let me make a little thing to put it in. Rotate. Yippee, there we go. Could be upcoming, yes. Could be that she is not prepared to debut yet, and therefore and therefore just doesn't have active public socials. But it does say that we're allowed to look at it. So that works for me. So, I gotta format this so I can put the text in. Did my other text not keep? No! What happened? I did all my prep and I screwed it up. I wonder what I did. Made it not stay. You'll just get to see what I do when I'm making these. Please paste. Hello? Why? Oh my god. Please, wrap the text at the frame. Thanks. Be like that, also, thanks. Got it. Spoilers. Well, the other one's not a spoiler because it is for a design that is on a thumbnail, so not fully a spoiler. Oh my god. I'm gonna lose it. My mouse is not working properly, and I really don't want to spend $90 to replace my mouse anytime soon. I'm so scared. Good enough. There we go. Mookie Miyuki! A pink imp girl that is obsessed with calico cats. Calico cats have nothing to do with her lore, but I tried to make it apparent that she is the one responsible for any cat influence over her outfit. It's so cute. It's so cute. She is almost fully asymmetrical, with one sleeve on one side and the socks on each side. Oh wait, I haven't been doing my bingo. Hang on. I gotta do my bingo. I've not changed eye color yet. I did make shoes bigger. This is Oni Concepts that checks out. We didn't have any keychains yet. Mismatched hair clips. There we go, mismatched hair clips here. Oh, I did make their shoes bigger. Needs more dirt. Sweater and skirt combo, not fully. Oh, Kato Kito has raided. Hello. Hi, Kato. Welcome in, fellas. I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, also an art educator, and we are critiquing cat-themed VTuber designs. I've actually critiqued Kato's design historically previously. We gave you a Stanley mug, I think. And a bear trap around your ankle. But welcome in. Shoemates, can you rotate for them, please? Also, thank you for getting the shout out for Kato also. Mirade, thank you for following. Wait, what, a Stanley mug? We were trying to make you like girly pop. You were giving a little bit of like what was the angle for the Stanley cup? Hang on, I can open you because I know where your model is. Hang on, should be in here. Are you in red still? No, okay, wait, you're finished. Hang on. We critiqued you as a red VTuber once upon a time. Let's see, done. Okay. Letters. C, H, I, J, where is it? Darn it, I can't find you. Your thing might have been titled something else. Darn, it was from a couple months ago though, but I am pink. Technically you are pink, yes, but we didn't have enough to do a pink critique at that point in time, and you're red enough. What is pink if not light red? Where is it? I really can't find you. Where are you? No! You've been lost to the void. I wish I remembered why specifically we gave you a Stanley Cup. We put like a bear trap on your leg too. We were aiming for something, for sure. There's a clip of me doing something. I wanna see it. If you check the VOD for, let's see, is it still up? It might be long enough ago that it's not on Twitch anymore, but it is on YouTube for sure. Let's see. You're on the thumbnail of it too, which should make it easy to find. Let's see how many months ago that was. Yep, Red VTuber Designs, 3 months ago. Oh man, that was 3 months ago. You are, I think the first fellow we critique in this one, if you want to see it, Katso. Can see cat walking into a bear trap. We just thought it'd be funny. We just thought it might be kind of funny. There we go. Yeah, I found it. There you go. Yeah, you're the first one. You'll have to tell me. I'll have to figure out why we gave you a Stanley Cup. I didn't know what a Stanley Cup was either. But there it was. Anyways, we're looking at Miyuki. Kato, I hope you had a good stream. If you or your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or snark me-me-meing, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, I do appreciate it, but please prioritize looking after yourselves. I was doing my bingo. If you guys like bingo, exclamation point crit bingo. you can play bingo while we look at these designs. Oh, so I have one here for this already, another one there. I said bear with me, I know this to be a fact. Mismatched socks are also this one. There was a corset already. We did have something on the fridge. Don't have a spirit or ghost yet. Wow, I am almost at bingo in like 4 directions. I did rewatch HoloLive Girls. I was looking at their models. Oh, in what manner? Were you like analyzing them in some way? Gamba? Oh, we can gamba also. Shroommates, we haven't gambad, so we can gamba. We haven't gambad in a minute. Predict how many models we'll get through today. How many models will EG get through? Let's check to make sure this has the right amounts. Yep, there we go. Got it. Whoop. Seth on Twitch, thank you for following. Weren't you already over here? Maybe I'm misremembering. There we go, there's bingo. We did 2, already did 2, right? This is our second one. This was the first, and here's our second. This is our second one we're on now. Yeah. YouTube, I don't have the ability to give you gamba, but I can at least give you a poll to help you feel more included. Hi, Starcio. Poll, how many models will you get through? Oops, misspelling. Wow, I can't spell anything. 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. We're a little slow today. It's because I'm a little bit under the weather, unfortunately. Hello? YouTube, why'd you do that? Why'd you end the poll? Huh? Try again. Try having a poll again, YouTube. Do it for real this time, thank you. 5, 6, 7, 8. Try again. There you go, YouTube. Yeah, I don't know why it did that. I love your educational stuff. Thank you, Kato. I appreciate it. Let me see. Models. How many do already? This is the second one. So, critiquing. Color design. So far, so good. Honestly, the pink tones and these subtle little bits of oranges are very cute. The face ends up being sort of focal for me, but I end up getting a little distracted by the banding on the sock. But I feel like this could be something as simple as our classic multiply layer solution. If I go like this and do a sweeping gradient from the legs up, that might push things back enough that we'll focus on the face, and that's more maybe like an art thing. But do we see how we're pushing the focal point up now? Yeah. Oh, thank you for the bits, Kato. I appreciate it. Heart. Go feed my kitties now, lurking now. Enjoy feeding your kitties on a very kitty-themed day. Whoop. I was analyzing the models for myself, but I mostly wanted to get to know the HoloLive girls. That's fair, that's fair. What's going on? YouTube notified me late. Oh, YouTube. Oh, classic YouTube. I think this skin and hair have rather similar colorish. I got them mixed up at first. Really? I didn't really have any trouble with it. Still from this distance, I'm able to discern the difference between them because they, I think, have different enough undertones. They're a couple steps apart, but I guess they are similar in value. They're not super different in their value. They're both very bright. Maybe we could just use a little bit of darker color in there. Maybe I could add a little gradient, perhaps. Miss Tarcio, thank you for following. Did I say that right? Yeah, I did. There we go. Got it. Eyes are definitely focal. Yes, they are. I don't really have any trouble with the eyes working as a focal point properly. Spluff, thank you for following also. I'll just do maybe like a little bit of this at the hairline, and then we'll blend it in and see if maybe that's what it needs. Blur. And then maybe it doesn't need to be that dark, but that might help a little bit. That adds a little more dimension too. I think that helps some. Are we doing VTuber designing? We are doing VTuber design critiques. We are looking at some fellows who submitted to my critique forum. Oh man, it was a tie. What was a tie? What, all the zeros? How do heterochromia for bingo? Yes, heterochromia is there for bingo. That does happen, yeah. For me, it definitely helps. All right, so there we go. We got 2 little clarity things happening to make the focal point work better and also make the hair stand out from the skin a little better. Honestly, I might even add some of it above the ears here too, because I feel like they might also just be getting a little bit lost. But yeah, I feel that that makes the ears a little more apparent too. We're not really losing the pastel aesthetic of it either, so that checks out. But for color palette, otherwise, I think it works pretty well. The orange and the pink go nicely together. Really no complaint. For silhouette, we didn't change anything about the silhouette yet. Well, this must be another really big canvas. How big is this one? Oh, only 6K. Okay, not too much. What is the current heterochromia percentage of VTubers? Asking as a fellow heterochromia VTuber. Surprisingly, in our critiques, we don't actually have that many. Heterochromia isn't as common as, at least in our critiques we've done, as I may have thought it would have been. But at large, it's still pretty popular, so I don't quite know. I'd say maybe less than a quarter of people have it. But it's still a lot more than the general populace, so. Gave you a gift sub for Amothic. Said she loved your 3D modeling advice and wanted to ask you about mushroom stuff. I will bug her. Very kind of you to gift her a sub also. Thank you. Hi, Gord. Depends if you also count other types of heterochromia than complete. Oh, if you count other types of heterochromia than complete, I might even count because my eyes are multiple colors. So if we're counting that, it'll be all over the place. But anyways, silhouette of Mookie. Unfortunately, not much. Not very much happening in the silhouette. The horns out a little bit. This little pigtail is doing a lot of lifting. The little tiny ties on top of the shoulders are doing some lifting, as is the tail. But there's not really, wow! Not really visual weight. This album is restarting for, I think, the 4th time. We can do a different red vox. Can I get a different red vox, maybe? Yeah. Model doesn't have heterochromia in the eyes, but like eyebrows, probably called something else, but it's funny. Oh, multiple colored eyebrows? That is funny. Let's see, give me, instead of another light, give me kerosene. Do that one instead. There we go. How often do you do that silhouette test for designs? I do it for every design, if I remember. I may forget sometimes, but I should be doing it every single design. Yeah, so, silhouette. Lacking a little bit. What I think we can do to add something to the silhouette is potentially exaggerate the shape of this sock, because it is already bunching up around the ankle. We could just make it bunch up a lot more. There we go, make this bigger. So that way I can just bigger, chunkier. Woo! Chunkier! And then we could make maybe the tail bigger, or even do the same thing with the sleeve here, so that way the little puff of it is more important in the silhouette. Give it more weight. And then that adds more of the silhouette. Honestly, I like the tiny, cute little pigtail also, but I wonder if we could make it just maybe a little bigger for silhouette reasons. Also, 10 out of 10 that you're another half onion sprout haver. We love VTuber foreheads. Make that a little better for silhouette. The short hair, I think, does also help. AG does silhouette test, rookie numbers. I want more! I want more variety! We could even make this skirt stand out a little bit further off the edge of the body. It's so close right now to the edge of the body that I feel like it's not adding as much as it could be. If I go like this now, will it cut it off? Oh, it does, okay. Just make it a little bigger. It doesn't have to be longer. Just make it wider. And then I feel like that'll just be better. for silhouette purposes. Pushing it a little further. Did we do a ladder test before I started doing all of that? I don't think I did. Let me do a ladder test. We didn't do a ladder test in the last one. The ladder test is to determine if there is an interesting breakup of vertical space on a character's design. Because as people, we are very vertical. If I draw a line everywhere there's a major horizontal division in shape language or in clothing, color, in some way, hopefully we are not building a ladder that could be easily climbed. And I think we'll find that this one will not be easily climbed. Oh, I may have one warning for this one actually that I didn't think about immediately. We'll get there. Why can't I draw this one line? Come on, hello. There we go. Across the top edge, the shoulders, the chin, the eyes. I like the little nose band-aid. It's a cute little detail in the face. There we go. Thoughts on this ladder? Ladder thoughts? Is this a ladder, Shermates, that you would want to climb? Would you climb this ladder? Willingly? Successfully? What do you think? What do you think? Ouch. Oof. Ouchie. I think I agree with you. Ouch. Yeah, this is a very asymmetrical ladder. I didn't draw a line at every single one of those lines in the socks because they end up becoming visual noise as opposed to actual divisions in the character. Yeah, we can't even get off the ground. And then we get up here, it's just like, just total chaos. So I think this works. Hi, Ox Machina. Yeah, I think this is definitely a dangerous ladder. Spoiler. Oops, I'm back here. So you pass on that one. What did we not talk about? That's great. Color palette. My only concern with that was just a little bit with the hair. For silhouette, I want more. It's not bad. The fact that you have short hair, I think, is saving you a good bit. Whoa. Ooh, yeah, for sure. Hi, Zany. How are you? Ooh. Critique? Oh, yeah. The critique form is still around, and I think we will surpass 1,000 submissions today, which is going to be insane. Complexity versus clarity. Oh, honestly, fine. Honestly, I don't really have any concerns with the complexity here. There's enough detail that it feels interesting to me, but it's not overwhelming. And the details are well balanced left to right across the character, so you could make a very cute plushie, probably quite easily. Focal points. The socks were a little distracting. The solution was mostly just a gradient, so it's not anything crazy we need to do to solve it. But just because of the banding and the brightness of the colors and the contrast of them, adding that little bit of gradient to the legs to push the focal point up might be necessary, and then also adding some of that depth to the hair also helps with it. And then concept and motifs, finally. I can see that you're an Oni, and I would definitely 100% guess that you are interested in calico cats. So I think all of the design kind of comes together in a way that makes sense for me, and I put you on the fridge. I thought your design was really cute. It was very memorable to me. Yeah. So 2, 4, 5, wait, hang on. Yeah, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10? That seems pretty fair to me. Not a lot of modification to be made here. Just some simple little things to really push you that extra, what, 1.5? But you're pretty close. You're almost there. It's really cute. After you spit our zero-chans, will you be trying to fix them? I'm gonna fix my zero-chan. That might be another interesting character design challenge, is fixing them. I sadly don't think I have enough time to try and fix them, but maybe that could be a stream where I fix the zero-chans as a stream concept. Maybe. Also, what is this poll? Why does my poll have a video in the title? I just noticed nobody said anything about the poll title for YouTube. Why is it a YouTube link in the name of it? What the heck? Will you critique the zero-chans? I'm going to, yeah. Our stream next Friday, not this Friday, next Friday, is zero-chan critiques. We're critiquing the worst character designs ever. Is the theming. So I will be giving them real critiques. And I will probably be fixing them, I say with air quotes, as in making them worse. I'll be doing what I need to do to get them to a full 0 if they're not, potentially. As opposed to trying to get them closer to a 10. So, yeah, it should be silly and fun. But, we'll keep moving. None of my text is here today. Where's my text? What's going on? And it's not just cat girls. Not everyone, not all the fellows are girls, and as you just saw, not everyone here today is also cats. Where are you, Eden Faye? I remember your name. There we go. Let's type. Very different vibe from this cat than the other ones, right? Oh wait, is this doing my least favorite thing? It is. Okay. This is she/he for pronouns. And Liubeaen. Cool look, yeah, I believe Nekomata perhaps. I'm gonna make this text bigger. Oops, don't wrap the text at the frame, please. It's kind of small. Approval? Yes. I resubmitted a design, but I don't know if it'll go to the last results. I pull designs based on when they were first submitted, so if I get to your original submission, it stacks them if you put the same name or if you use the same email address or any of those same things. I kind of watched a few minutes of the previous video. Dear Lord, need to clarify, do not like or support Elon anyway. It used to be a meme a few years ago. Oh, thank you for the bits. Kind of, I don't even remember what you're talking about in relation to it because that was so many months ago to me, but I appreciate the clarification. I completely forgot that what that may or may not have been about. Don't worry, and it's not colored any of my thinking about you. I'm gonna keep putting the text here. I don't remember what that was about. Good? Yeah, no. A thing you should know about me is that I have, unfortunately, better or worse, I have the memory of your average, I don't know, inanimate creature, snail maybe? Even goldfish have better memory than me half the time, it seems. So, for better or worse, I say, because sometimes people will do things that are genuinely actually not good, and I won't remember, and I'll be like there was something about you, and I don't know what it was. Or then people will like change their profile picture somewhere, and then I can't figure out who they are as a result of that, or any number of things. But at least in that, if you're ever worried that you left a bad first impression on me, or anyone that you've left any kind of impression on me, worry not. It's not possible. There we go. Oh, good. Eden Vey, she/he, a cat demon that became a sage who guards a cursed library. Biggest concern is the focal pointing. I've been staring at this for so long that I cannot tell. Understandable, I know how that goes. Slight worry that the style is too simple and messy to look good up close. Ah, no, it's loose in a nice way. Hi, Moon. It's simple, or it's messy, in a nice, loose way. I don't think it's hard to look at up close, it just feels looser. Maybe it just needs a little bit of refining so that some of the line weight is giving us depth or overlap and is adding to clarity, but I don't think you need to be concerned about that. So, for color, the color design is very nice. I love a nice green, purple, blue palette. That's what Squiiji is. Shroommates. Can I have Squiiji so we can match real quick? Almost match. I think Squiiji has a little more blue. But this is a very nice color palette. I will say, however, I think your concerns about focal point are understandable because you have stuck the largest area of this teal color really low against the largest flat dark area of the design. And I think that is definitely making our eyes go neat, whap, and just shoot straight down the form, unfortunately. So we may be able to modify that just by doing the classic thing I did the last fella, which is just pop a nice multiply layer on it and push it back, which is something that can be done in the rendering stage, just so that this isn't as overwhelming to look at. And then I'll blur it out. Maybe I can even put it on the legs too, just for harmony's sake down here. Oh. That way, if those things on there are all a little more similar, it might help. Oh, I fear that didn't actually help, though. Saturation is also causing trouble still, too. Oh, Zany, thank you for subscribing again. Welcome back. On my iPhone now, so I can act with points now. There you go. Welcome back. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with the Shroommates. 9 months. Let's go. That's crazy. Every time I see people resubscribe and it tells me how many months it's been, I'm like, that's wild. Billy was sending me stuff. My master's thesis show was being installed last weekend a year ago. It is wild to me how time works. So strange, because a year ago, as of today, was actually when most of my debut preparations really kicked off. The model was almost done. It's wild. It's so wild. But thank you. Thank you all of you for 9 months. It's actually been a little more than that. It's been a fantastic 9 months. It's been really nice. So thank you. I gotta do some saturation things, maybe. Let's see. And then turn it down. Is that making the upper part more focal? Yes. Kind of. I might need to make the darkness go a little higher. There we go. 9 whole months of mushroom. Yes! 9 very productive months of mushroom, which is crazy. We've got, it took 9 months to get through 400-ish VTuber designs, but that also works. Never know the answer? Answer to what? Sorry, thanks. Oh, sorry. Could I still have removed my previous submission for design check if I sent more current version? You don't have to remove it. I will just find your more recent version and use that one. So you don't have to remove it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. So, back to this one. Focal point. We just have to push it higher up the body using value and using saturation. Because I believe, unfortunately, the insides of these almost wing-like coattails are distracting us. Secondarily, once I do that, the focal point does end up kind of being the tail and the hair, but kind of close enough. Kind of close enough. Your glasses, unfortunately, do get completely lost against your face. Is that gold color? And I wonder if there's a brighter gold that could be used to make them not get as lost. Let's see. If I go like this, make them brighter. Alternatively, you could consider making your glasses frames not a normal metal color. That still gets lost. Let's see. Maybe just something darker in general. About trading the gold for pink. That is what I was low-key thinking a little bit of. See how that goes. That might make it a little more focal. I'm using way too small of a brush for this. This is really not efficient of me. Oh, wait, I kind of like pink shades. Yeah, pink shades. I think pink shades might be the way. If you want more gold, you can just make some of the brighter bits of your cloak more gold for the trim, but I think that's plenty. Just wanted to make it organized for you so it's not chaos. Oh, don't worry, it's full chaos and there's nothing any of us can do about it. It's totally fine. It is in the organizational things that I do miscellaneously throughout the week. Don't worry. But pink shades, that may be the way. Also, the shades don't have any line art on them, or they didn't, so that might also be another good thing for clarity's sake. And consistency's sake, is just get a little bit of your loose line art on there. You don't have to go super heavy with it if you don't want to. But that does a lot for them. Brings it into your face a little bit more also. I think this should count as a hoodie for a bingo. No! Just because something has a hood and is like a cloak does not make it a hoodie. Hoodie is its own thing, okay? Different. Not the same. Wow, we're missing a lot of things that I thought we'd have. But this does have a little bit of spot blacks. So I will give myself that one. I would count, do you see this big flat? I'd count that as spot black. And these spot blacks. There's bingo, yeah! Exclamation point crit bingo if you like. So, focal point. We already addressed focal point. Color palette, I sort of mostly like otherwise. I think you need drop shadows more throughout the design for clarity's sake. Because I was reading this as being hair, because I wasn't reading it as being under the hood for some reason. So this might be one of those situations where I just go like this and pick a nice color in the palette. Normal, multiply. And you would just add in some shadows underneath everything. And maybe it's just that this isn't fully done being rendered yet. But I'm having a little bit of trouble telling what things are overlapping what other things right now. So like under here, give me a little bit of shadow. And under here, give me a little bit of shadow. And under here, and under here, and under here, and here. So everything feels a little more grounded and like they're resting on each other. And there's a little bit happening on the face. But like we could probably have more from the hood and, you know, behind the head and under here and in the ear, all of those things. Is it blue just the fluff of the jacket? I believe so. I believe it is just the fluff of the jacket. But I did think it was hair for a second because it is styled very similarly to the hair in the way that it's been shaped. And while that's not a bad thing for consistency, oh wait, hang on. I now have a question. Wait, hang on. Because there is hair over here. I'm guessing that the hair is coming out of the head, like, somewhere, maybe, like, if we're imagining through, you get, like, a high side pony or something? Because I don't know how that'd be coming out of behind the body otherwise. Is that maybe hair? I actually don't know now. I'm gonna hope, not hope, I'm gonna infer, because it's a completely different color and this is the same color as the rest of the hair is, that they are the same. Maybe there's a whole word escapes. Yeah, this one's the same color as this is, so this is both hair. I'm gonna assume since this is a different color, it's not hair. But maybe it could be handled in a slightly different fashion so it wouldn't feel like hair. So like instead of these big peaks treated like that, you could have it more, you know, having little like things like that, make it a little more like rugged. You know what I mean? So that way we're using slightly different shape language to differentiate them. You know what I mean? Just like a little bit of difference in the rendering, and then maybe it'll feel different enough that it doesn't seem like the same. Me do a little bit of erasing so that what I was doing makes sense. There we go, and then maybe a little even more of what I was doing there. But just sort of re-rendering the shapes of it. Because now it doesn't feel so much like hair anymore. On right of the hood could also be a hole. Oh, there could be a gap. Oh wait, you're right. Is this a hole right here that I'm seeing? Maybe the hood doesn't connect all the way to the base in the back, perhaps. And there's definitely at least a hole up here in it. For that ear? Wait, I'm wondering if this isn't a hood at all. I'm wondering if it's just a shape of fabric that's going like that around the head. Because do you see how it's falling like that? So that's just fully coming out the back. This is why gray backgrounds are nice. Perhaps also true. Let's see. I can make the background gray. Or can I? I can't. Yeah, that is the background. So maybe it is not a hood at all, actually. It's just a loop of fabric going around the top of the head. But I would say maybe changing the way that we've rendered the tops of the shoulders, perhaps. Just that it doesn't feel like hair so much. What did we not talk about here? Let's see. I'm a little off my game today, I fear. And I'm so sorry if I seem that way. My tummy is still not much better, unfortunately. Color. Color is fine. The palette is nice. However, for focal points, you were right. Honestly, I would say even like further down, maybe. Because that area under the coattails or under the cloak was really distracting for me, and then secondarily, the hair itself is still also drawing my attention away from the face, and there's clarity stuff in the face also causing the face to not be focal. Okay, so we gotta do silhouette. Silhouette. Also, Onimi Zelzini? Wait, Zelziwa? Wait, hang on. Wait, I got this. Onime Zelzini. Zini, yeah. Thank you for following. I'm so sorry. I have teacher debuff. If I mispronounce your name, I'm so sorry. You were welcome to let me know how to say it properly. Even while debuff, Shroom strong. Oh, Shroom is so strong. Shroom's actually gonna take a big ol' sippy of ginger ale. Come on, good vibes of music. Power through my ibuprofen. There we go, okay. Silhouette. Let's do a silhouette test next. Wait, what? Whoop. Whoops, you can see all the stuff I drew on top. But for silhouette, ears are part of the silhouette, the tail's part of the silhouette, the claws are part of the silhouette. There is at least visual weight in the silhouette because of the cloak. But the more I look at them, the more they're reading as wings to me, when I'm not sure if that's something that's related to the concept. They read like, almost like Luna moth wings. Where's Riraku for a moth wing reference, but they have the false eyes in them, and maybe that is intentional, but I'm not sure if that is related to the concept from what they said. Don't want to shout AI at everything that's slightly inconsistent, but the art stuff flagged my brain as AI with the hair not totally making sense. Could that be a possibility? I don't think so. I actually don't think so at all. I think that this actually is a loop of fabric going up over the head, and therefore that it does make sense. It's just pretending to be a hood when it isn't. They've found a way, almost like when you make those cutouts for tails and clothing. Yeah, like the details all make sense to me here. The color locations all make sense to me. I don't really see anything that screams it to me, at least here. Kind of like Layla from Genshin. Oh, is there a Genshin character that has it? Oh, Eden! Hello! Wait, you're here! Hello! Hi! Eden, I have a question for you. Are you intending to have a almost Luna moth angle in your design? Is that an intentional move? Is my question. Also, we were trying to figure out what's going on with your up over the head thing. Yes, I think you are just paranoid. This doesn't set off any red flags for me. Granted, I'm not the end all be all for that kind of stuff, but I don't think this is at all. But so far we were talking about the color design, which we said the color design was nice. For the focal point, I think you were right that the lower part of the design was distracting because it was such a big flat area of something so highly saturated. So we made it darker and less saturated, which pushes the focal point up to the head a little bit more. Your glasses were kind of invisible, unfortunately, so we made them pink because that also helped with the focal point angle. And then I was re-rendering your shoulder area a little bit just because it was reading like hair, so there was a little bit of confusion as to what it was. But right now we were talking about silhouette, which is where we were going. You end up with like a lot of a wing feeling in your silhouette from the way that the bottom of this cloak is handled, which is kind of interesting. I thought maybe when I was just looking at the silhouette that it might have been related to the demon aspect in some manner, but you are Nekomata, so I don't think Nekomata have wings by any stretch necessarily. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. It adds a little bit of a fantasy feeling to your design, more of a demon aspect. Oh, okay. If you are aiming for it to feel demon-like, maybe sharper? And the eyes are reading more butterfly than they are demon, so maybe it would be nice to have something around them. Let me turn these off for 1 second so I can... Oh wait, no. So I can draw on top of it. But maybe making it a little bit more ornate so it looks like it's markings as opposed to a part of like a butterfly wing. You're like, if we made these like really directly like a scary eye. That might work. Oh, I think Jubby's home. Nice style. It is. We were saying we liked how loose your style was. I don't think it's too messy at all. You were concerned about it, but I don't think it's too messy. It's nice and loose. But, like, me trying to think of ways to make this, like, read less like it is a wing, just, like, stylizing them more as just directly eyes, as opposed to eye symbolism. Adpocalypse is here, the apocalypse. Oh, these days worth considering to make sure. Yeah, arcane-looking inscription, embroidery or something. Yeah, things like that push in that direction. I was wondering I wanted to change, but I decided on how. So, what I think is, if we're looking for something to be more arcane to go along with your library, I think that Alive to Thrive has a good point with maybe just making it more arcane feeling. So I had worked on helping another VTuber with their design who had sort of an arcane librarian sort of vibe to them. And I wonder if you could take something that I'd suggested for them, was that they had some like runes throughout their design, but it's just trim or references to specific pieces of the literature or the library itself. Because right now, I think if I looked at you not knowing, you know, cover your concept, I would say fantasy Nekomata demon. I don't know if I would get scholar inherently. I can see the hints at it where we're almost getting like a toga shape in the clothing, but I wonder if we need more hints. Previously, we gave a writer sort of like an ink-based writing texture on the inside of some clothing. I wonder if you could have some sort of rune, like subtle patterned rune thing happening on the inside here, where I don't know any runes to draw, but let's see. What are the like Nordic runes? They like look like this. Where they're all like angular and stuff like that. But then you have it really light and they almost flow with the fabric. I almost wrote debut, but that way you get a little bit of a texture. Something that feels more scroll-like. Necromancer. Yeah, you do feel like you could be a necromancer also. From the dark colors and stuff. Scrolls on the hip. See, I don't want to just lean into giving accessories that tell us the profession, because the way that you're dressed without the accessories should probably tell us it. But if need be, you could add something like that. Treating, I almost wonder if treating these almost like, wait, hang on. What if, what does a nib pen look like? Yeah, like, what if, because you already have these diamonds in the design, what if it almost is shaped like a nib pen? Where you get the little, like, circle thing, holds the ink in the well. And then we get a little bit of, like, subtle things, where these end up feeling like the plumes of the back of, like, a feathered quill or something. You go Norse-like, you could have the runes vertical along the seams. Oh, that could be neat too, yeah. Treating them in a vertical manner instead of an all-over pattern way. Yeah. I think those are good ideas for pushing the library aspect. I'm trying to think of what else I associate with a library. Or like a librarian or a keeper of knowledge. You guard it. So you aren't necessarily a librarian, you're more maybe of a physical type of guard? Thinking. Thinking of this might be funny. This might be too silly. But one of the clearest things to me that makes me think of glasses or something like that as being librarian-esque is the chain. What if you had a... What if you had... like the chain that goes around your neck from the glasses? Maybe that's too silly, but I'm just trying to think of what things I associate with understanding a character as being a librarian. And you've got the right shape of lenses already. But yeah, making them sort of like, yeah. They might need to be bigger. More physical garb with scholar aspects. Okay, more physical garb with scholar aspects. I kind of want you to have glasses chains. To point us maybe a little bit further into the librarian direction, but you already give us the subtle, almost toga shape I just wonder if maybe the reason I'm missing it is because this sleeve reads like it's too much the same as this material. So what if we just make your other sleeve the same kind of fabric as you're wearing on your torso? And that way we get the read of this as being more toga-like. So I feel like that'll make us read it a little bit more scholarly when that becomes a little more prominent in the motifs. A little more asymmetry too. Edge of the cloak could have holes torn like a scroll. That's true. It could be treated like it's paper if we do that little bit of detailing. We could get away from the wing type shapes on the bottom too. That works better? Yeah, I think we can see what you're going for a little more clearly there. And then, you know, if this is coming down around the chest, maybe this is just a garment that cuts off or switches color or something in that area. Let me see what a torn paper looks like. Like torn scroll. No, where is my Vinny in the background gone? Red Fox, where have you gone? You've left me. Why? Where is it gone? That was Kerosene. Let's do real line, I guess, next. Whoops, that's just the song. Can we get albums? Can I just get the whole of real line, please? Maybe? Potentially. There it is. Got it. Tattered more than torn. Yeah, paper texture like in old books, like treating it where it's almost like rolled up like this. Do you see how this edge, you know, we'd probably rotate it like how that is, where you could have some deeper tears in it, but the way it's sort of rolled up, togas are already like scrolls, that's true. But like the hem, like this maybe, could be interesting also. I don't know if I'm able to execute drawing that super fast quick here. Oops, spoiler, spoiler. Ah! Ah! Spoilers, there we go. But something like that, where... brush. And then maybe this is where we can see that it's like woo, rolled up, and you get all like little like places where it's falling apart. And make it real scummy, like it's all goofed up. Oh, and they don't stay the same width all the way throughout. But something like that might be interesting to work into the shape language. And then let me... like that, mayhaps? And then that'll feel less like a wing also. And then, yeah, we can see that. Paper. Like, that might be a little bit interesting, right? Parchment coat is not something we expected to think of today, but here it is. Yeah, parchment coat. It's kind of interesting. Now this feels like two scrolls almost coming down, which is neat. And maybe it gets sort of like the wrinkling that old paper has too in it. If you're gonna put words or text on it too. So I think that might be interesting for shape language to give us that library aspect. But otherwise, see, did we miss anything? Let me close this. I don't need it here right now. Complexity versus clarity. Oh, for silhouette. Silhouette is okay. I didn't really have any concerns with it. Kind of a green color. There we go. Complexity versus clarity. You need some drop shadows for sure. We're having a bit of clarity issues. And for the concept, there's ways we could push the library defender or librarian aspect a little bit more. What we were kind of getting at there. Seems difficult to execute, but mayhaps. As far as execution goes, for it being live 2D or 3D, I could see maybe that being a little bit of trouble. But otherwise, I don't think so. I don't think it'd be too bad. You just have to study and have a lot of references nearby for the paper if you were aiming for that angle. Our Zero-chan has me low-key stumbling into a cool design. You and me both, Aphrodite. It's making you think of doing things in a way that you would not usually think to do things in. Which is freeing, and then you come up with cool ideas as a result. That's what happened to me. I want to fix my Zero-chan so badly because she's so close to being something that could be so neat, but she's not quite. And I'm like, oh, you're so close. Oh, but also, thumbnail. So what do you have here? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? 8 out of 10. Yay! That's a pretty good score there. We've had a very good 8 average today. Can we get a round of applause for Eden Bay, please? Hello? There we go. Yippee! Hello, I was told to check the stream out, so here I am. Well, welcome in, old man Rod. VT. Hi there. I'm currently changing my Zero-chan. Oh boy. If you're being held back by making a Zero-chan, my brain immediately was like, free me! I know, making the Zero-chan was actually so hard for me. I struggled the whole way through because I kept trying to make it better and was like, you can't do that. But, good work, Eden. Overall, very fun design. I like the color design a lot. There's a couple of nudges in the concept department and clarity department to make, you know, this not read as hair and get the focal point back to the face, but you're nearly there. Go work! Yippee! Let's see, who's next? Bucci. Oh, none of my text came with me, so I will just have to manually do text this whole time today, huh? Let's see, so that was 3, that was our thumbnail fellas. I'm Bucci. Smart of me to still have them open. I was in a rush. Yes, big pause. Yes, big pause. There are big paws here. Yes, don't worry. Big paws. Bucci. She, her. At B00HII. Oh, it's still doing the... Why is it doing that? Please. And then let's grab... Oh, so this one, you guys get to know the details of it, but the lore is secret, so I can't tell you it. The only thing you get to know is that she's a snow tiger. The otherwise, lore secret. Lore secret is not out yet, so. But I think we could have gathered the snow tiger or some sort of cat aspect just from looking at her, probably. And then also an enjoyment for the color pink. I may also be belatedly realizing that there may also be a TOS event. So let me fix that. Yep, oh, there's definitely a TOS event. Ah! Oh boy, wait, there's actually more. Ah! I actually have to do a lot of event solving there. We're gonna pretend that it doesn't look like that. Also, this is also lower than Twitch would also allow you to, because I can see your hip bones. Fear. There we go. No under boob on Twitch, no side boob on Twitch. Can't do those things, unfortunately. Wasn't expected to be done so soon since I submitted so late in the queue, sorry I couldn't be here for the whole thing. That's okay. I had a submission from you that was in the 400 range, so you might have submitted sooner than you thought, question mark. It's okay, Twitch. You can look now? Yeah! Looks like she needs to get used to the paws. Looks like a lot of accidental scratches. Mayhaps. Or maybe they're just also stripes that are mimiccing, you know, tiger stripe shape. Oh wait, hang on, this was potentially going to be a thumbnail fella, but the image was way too small for thumbnail, so there's little bits of white still in it. Let me get rid of these really quick. But then I'm also gonna take a sip of my ginger ale. There we go. What? I do not remember. That's crazy. Yeah, no, you definitely had... I pulled from the 400 range for the cats that are here today, and that was where I found you. So, unless my form is doing funny nonsense, you submitted way longer ago than you think. We all know that that's the best part, and Twitch is doing their best to keep us pure. Yeah, purity only in the Shroommates stream, please. So, oh, I'm still missing parts. Hang on. There we go. Because it messes with the clarity if we can't tell where the edges of everything are. The Twitchy mode is hilarious. I know, I like that it's TWITH, twith. With. Did I miss much? Hi, Selma. Sorry, I couldn't say Gary anymore. No, well, the only thing you missed is some other kitties. So we have Bochi. cat. She's a snow tiger, and otherwise, I think that might be all she has going on in her design as far as concept goes. There's more to her concept, it's a secret, and I can't tell you what it is, but that part of it is being executed very well in my opinion, and I can't tell you what it is. Squiiji, I'm gonna make another character for my channel, background character. Could I upload them to Crit 2? If you would like. Zany, you were skip the line fellow, so you didn't have a normal, like, line wait time, so that would probably be fine, yeah. What in the world? Which we can't say Gary? At least as far as Moobot was concerned, yes. For a minute. Potentially, yeah. One more white section between the shoes. Oh, you're so right, thank you. Let's fix that. There we go. Oh, the shoes might also be cut off by a bottom edge. But, concept-wise, Snow Tiger, I see it. Also, the other aspect I can't tell you because it's a secret. Also, I see it, so this is full points on concept. Does, in fact, have the has to pee pose, so if you need that on your... bingo, you got it. Still no keychains today. Still no one who needed dirt. This is not a sweater and skirt combo. Not overcomplicated, I wouldn't say. It's got a little bit of detailing, distraction in the legs, mayhaps. I haven't changed anyone's eye color. I'm not gonna get bingo today, I don't think. I might struggle to get bingo, actually. Gary, not gay? Oh, wait, what? Gay, a famously sexual word. Oh, yeah, Gary. Ideas at the other part of her lore say she's like being poached or trapped. You guys can make the guesses that you wish. I can't tell you what it is, though. But color design. I like the sort of more pastel rendering of the black tone in this because it makes the areas of the design where we've gone to full black pop more. We've got the hair clip and the eyes having the full black. That makes them pop, brings my focus a little bit more to those areas. But I will say that unfortunately, the level of detail on the legs and the shading does distract me a little bit and bring my eye down there. So once again, I think we're 4 for 4 today on the gradients, but give me a nice sweeping gradient from the bottom up. That might be too saturated. Oh my god. Nope, try again. There we go. Just so that I won't want to look at the full bright white parts at the bottom of the design and how detailed the legs are. I think that might push the focal point a little higher. And I might even suggest, I know that your eyes are sort of two colored, and that is cute, but maybe consider just committing to making your eyes fully blue. Because they will be more focal and help to outcompete your legs. And we could even take this blue and make it more saturated, maybe 2. For some highlights or something, we can get like, instead of that brighter pink in here. See what I mean? Now we can't look away from your eyes because they're so bright and blue and almost piercing, but they're still very cute. Yeah, the blue eyes do really pop in this design, and the blue is already slightly in the palette anyway, so just more. Making them not have the pink draws us into the face a lot more. For silhouette, I love your giant paws. I love the giant exaggerated paws. And I like that your tail has a ribbon that has designed elements on it too. The little pom-poms are nice. But I want more of that happening with your feet, mayhaps. Your clothing don't really add anything to silhouette, unfortunately. So I would suggest maybe treating this fur similar to the way it is on the gloves and elsewhere, where it's just bigger and chunkier. It's just so small. Make it bigger, make it wider. And then you could probably even make the shoes themselves wider too. There we go. Exaggeration. And then the shoes themselves could probably also just be a little bit bigger in general too. If we're going for big old paws. Just give me the big old paws. More paws, more bigger paws. Chunkier boots. That way, we get a little bit more width down there, but your silhouette already does have good weight in it, where all the weight is sort of around the waist because of your big old paws. So it's very cute, and that does work. Pom-pom ribbon's a good idea. Yeah, it chunks up the outside of the silhouette. The ears add to the silhouette nicely. I'm glad you don't have super long hair that would end up disguising into your paws. The little pigtails with little pom-poms are cute. I should have done the silhouette test before editing those things, but just watch, we'll see. Whoops, you can see where my TOS covers were, but not a bad silhouette, all things considered. Works for me, for sure. Svarog, Trunk is Jordans. Today I found the original meme that Joby sent me of the Svarog, Creases Jordans from TikTok. But, silhouette, good. Is good, no concerns. Let me turn all these back off though and do a ladder test. Here, fast, quick. Ah, wait, I can't turn that off. Sorry. Ladders. Weep. Whap. It's like a half sock there. I don't really know how to count some of those things in that part of the body. Paws are down here. This is sort of there, I guess. Top of the shorts, bottom of that. There was definitely a line here, even though I kind of got rid of it. Top edge of that, the shoulders, the neck, the mouth because it's open, it's providing a line, the eyes, bottom of the hair, the headband, top of the headband, top of the ears. Do you want to climb this ladder, roommates? Does this count as unusual clothes cutouts? No. The cutouts in the clothing here are not unusual, I don't think. I would count them as that, yeah. Heart gaps in the hair. Right, they're cute. Thank you for ladders. Oh wait, what was it? So 2 dangerous? 3 dangerous? 3 dangerous? I would say this is a dangerous ladder. Ouchie. Ouch. 3 of them, all from Selma. Thank you for contributing your ladders, Selma. I consider this a dangerous ladder. We're getting a little bit similar in some of the widths in here, but it's not too bad. There's enough variety, enough asymmetry that I'm not too concerned about it. Let's find you. Where are you? Here. So I'd say it's a mostly passing ladder. The only other thing for me might be just that some of these elements are just too bold all against each other. Let me turn on my color edits a little bit. Hang on, I gotta put this in here because right now it's not being affected by. Whoop. Might be just having a little bit of clarity trouble, but it might just be because this is unrendered. This doesn't really have any shading in it, so I'm sure there'd be some shading that probably on the tail behind the hand, and that might work out and be a little bit clearer to us. There are a lot of different motifs happening with the band-aids and the pom-poms, and like almost like an ink spill type of thing. Cute little hard pigtails. Ooh. I like the big old eyebrows too, but they probably need just to be darker because they're a little too light right now. Can't really see them. Do the hair. That helps a lot, makes it a little more expressive. I love a nice polka dot eyebrow. But honestly, I don't have a lot of concerns with this design. For the most part, it works for me. If you're gonna go big on the paws, maybe just go even bigger. Maybe just full send. Massive. Like that level of big. But for the most part, other than just needing maybe some more exaggeration and just a little bit of tweaking, I think this is pretty decent. Cute demon cat, right? Very cute demon cat. I think I can start grading this already. A lot of these I don't have a ton of modifications for, so they go a little bit quick. Color palette is cute as is. The pink is nice. It's a good choice of pink. I don't really have any issues with it. You might have a couple little contrast things, but maybe the rendering will solve them. Silhouette. You have weight in your silhouette. I want just maybe a little more exaggeration, but you do have a dangerous ladder. So maybe I'd put you like right there. Complexity versus clarity. There are some complexity things happening, but I think it's only because of the amount of contrast they have, so that's gonna be a point taking out a focal point instead. The complexity itself I think is fine. And concept of motifs. I can see what kind of animal you are. quite clearly and easily. And then the secondary thing that is a secret, I see it and I think it works quite well. So that's a full critique there also. That was really fast. That felt unusually fast. Nothing ever comes good from tweaking. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Also, hi Anime. Finally able to catch a stream. It's been so long. Welcome back. Can we get a round of applause, pretty please, for Bucci or Bochi? I don't know how to pronounce it because there's 2 zeros in that version of the name. But your design is very cute. Is that an 8 out of 10? What was that? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8. 8 out of 10. Couple little things to nudge you the rest of the way, but I think this is a pretty decent VTuber design as is. Yippee! Can we get some more clapping? While I drink some ginger ale. I said I was gonna drink ginger ale earlier and I lied. I didn't end up drinking it. I'm a liar. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I did this to all of you. Hydrate. Yes, thank you, Rex. Is this 4? Yes, this is the 4th. We get on to the 5th. Drinking ginger ale, do not fail. I will not fail to drink my ginger ale. Yes, I do not like green eggs and ham. Same I am. Mushroom, bat. Hi, Spacey. How are you? I like when people appear and just say what I am. I know what you are. Mushroom. Bat. Bat. Hi. Missed them out a little bit. Yeah, I am known for just dumping my beverage like straight down my collar, unfortunately. Stacey, I hope your 2.0 preparations are, or is it 2.0? Your new model preparations are going well. I am sat. I am. You said something about a classroom. I'm in it. I'm in the classroom. Don't worry. I'm here. 2.0. Good luck. Good luck. I'm excited to see. Mushroom. Yes, I am mushroom. This is true. Rather importantly, I am mushroom. Yes. Let's teleport in here. Man, they all of my ones didn't work. Let's see. Who are you? That's Eden's. This is not Proto. This is Kurt. No, this is Nikki. Nikki! They / any. Got so much room for mushroom. I got so mushroom in my heart for all of the shroommates. Little cave is so cute, right? Let me grab the details. I can't believe I got bamboozled. I set these all up and then went and took a shower and then they're not here anymore, unfortunately. I've been betrayed. Turn the wrap off, there we go. So this is Nikki. 2 cloud-based cat fellas. They / any for proton. I almost said protons. Oh, I got a case of the Mondays. Oh, Shrewmates, what are your protons? How many protons do you have, Shrewmates? My proton is they, them. Oh, I'm losing it. Nikki, wait, ampersand, no. Oh, excuse me, wow, I'm losing it. Got it. I have at least 2 protons. I sure hope you have at least 2 protons. Boy, I sure hope. Protons in biology. That's true! Protons in bio! Adds 2 neurons to your protons. Amber, add an electron to every shroomate. They just get 1 extra electron to do with what they want. My protons are any and all protons. There we go.
You ain't not a mushroom anymore. Only I am. I am taking over this stream. Mutiny.
I'd like to see you try, Gary. I'd like to see you try! I don't think you can. I get that you're going through your rebellious phase right now, but it's not gonna work out for you the way you think it will. Because unfortunately, I have the power of I can throw you. Increases your proton mass by 1 electron mass. Yeah, removes 1 neutron from every single atom in your body. Those are mine now. Scrumptious. I need them. Can you donate your protons to a good cause, please? Gary joins the cult. They've been really trying to abduct my son into this cult, and I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it. You can't do that to him. I will not stand for this this poor influence. Oh wait, hang on, I pasted this in the wrong place. I'm struggling. Copy this, paste it here. Great, move it. Yep, take this. Yep. Got it. Put it here. Make this wrapped text. Make it also not bold and big. This is like an unusual layout for me. I left this horizontal because I didn't want it to be so wide that the credit details were off screen the whole time. Whoop. Wider. There we go. Got it. Okay. Here are our deets. Hello? Move. This is Nikki, Nikki the Clouds. I really adore the colors, hairstyle, especially the hat in my design. The hat is basically a brand now. Oh, okay, like your brand is the hat. But I get lost in more coherent branding and an eye-catching standout design, especially since last year I found out there was another artist that came with exactly the same color silhouette as me, and I can assure you there was zero copying. I'm sure there wasn't. Unfortunately, in all ways, everything that could be done has already been done. And in VTubing, if you're working with popular motifs like the color pink and cat and pastels and clouds or Y2K influence, there's gonna be a lot of overlap there. But a lot of the time we just call this coincidental similarity, so it's not something to fret about inherently, don't worry. If Twitter gets mad at you about it and you genuinely didn't do it, don't let them bug you. Don't let them get to you. Gary wants to join the cult and they're more than welcome to. We let him eat rocks too. See, that's terrible parenting. This is why he's my son and not yours. I'm not gonna let him die. Another lava lamp VTuber, no such thing as an original idea. Exactly. Everything's already been done, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Also concerned about how I'm perceived. Pink-haired cat girls are associated with the soft and cute girlfriend experience type of people. I don't think that inherently has to be the case, though. Pink-haired cat girl is common, but I don't think people are gonna come there to your stream and expect that type of experience from you just because of your hair color. And if they do, that's their problem. Because the way that you look doesn't inherently tell me that about you. Also, want to incorporate my Uzbek culture and tea in there. I don't know, maybe I'm being too ambitious and going for too many things at once. So, what I will say here, to incorporating your culture in there for Uzbek culture, go for it, because if you're looking for a way to make yourself stand out from maybe other iterations of pink cat girls and things like that, drawing from cultural elements is a fantastic way of doing that, especially if they're not the usual things that are drawn from in VTubing. A lot of the cultural elements we see appearing in VTuber designs tend to be very specifically American fashion, Japanese fashion, sometimes with a smattering of some Chinese fashion or like French influence. But we don't tend to get the full breadth of cultural influence in designs that we could. And I feel like if that's something you want to incorporate, go for it. I unfortunately don't know much about traditional Uzbek clothing, so I wouldn't be able to suggest specific garments or anything, but definitely go for it if you want to. And maybe there's ways you can find things that are similar to what you're already wearing, but are more culturally related, where is there a sort of cloak design worn in Uzbek culture? Maybe you can use that. Is there something similar to like a leg warmer? Is there a pattern or a type of sock that is common? Or pants or anything like that? Find those angles, mayhaps. Mia. Hi, Aniko. Don't agree with that. For one, Squiiji's VTuber avatar is pretty unique, as is mine. I mean, I think that my design is pretty unique, but there's a million other mushroom VTubers out there. I'm not even the only inky cat mushroom out there. There's a lot of all of us. There's even, I think, another inky cat mushroom VTuber who wears overalls.
Come on, let me join. You are reducing my rock intake. And I know they will worship me. I want to try new clothes, foods, and be independent. Parent, let me be free.
Gary, when you're older, we can talk about this. Gary, you're like a month old. I don't think we can talk about this right now. I don't think you're ready for those decisions yet. You're still too fresh in the world. You might be a little bit too naive. I don't think it'd be good for you. We can talk about it when you're older, maybe. Yeah. I think I've seen another jellyfish magician, completely different design and color scheme. Yeah, because there's another inky cat VTuber who wears overalls, but their color design is completely different from mine. We look very different, but there's so many, everything's already been done, so don't worry about it. But the concrete. Amber, are you somehow taking the side of the cult right now? What's happening? Am I being bamboozled? Gary Rebel phase is here to stay, huh? I bet it is. I think that's just how he is. Anyways, so I see there's a variety in designs here. The ones that I feel end up being the most interesting are these two, and then, you know, if we wore this cape over it, that might be nice. These two end up being interesting to me because this feels a little bit too simple. Maybe a little too basic, unfortunately, as it is. And I fear immediately looking at it that it is going to be a ladder. Meep, wop, whoop, whoop, beep, wop, whoop. Oh, yep. Oh, yep, okay, yeah. Ladder. So I don't know if this particular outfit works. It's the proportioning. Meanwhile, over here, because we've lengthened the legs and brought these up higher on the legs, and we've changed the proportioning of the top a little bit and made it not shorts, this has more variety, and this has asymmetry, which makes these two stronger. So I may just, for our sake here today, just rule this one out, unfortunately. I feel that this is a better interpretation of this same outfit, other than the fact that I do kind of like the big old kitty feet with the leg warmers, but I feel that this might be a stronger take on it, and also will have better silhouette from the sleeves. So I'm just gonna white this one out, so we can focus on the other ones. There we go. Bye! Abso-positively? Never? Are you sure about that? What's going on? You will not take Amber to the dark side. We will not. It will not happen. This makes me want to work on my cape as the giant creature paw design idea. Big creature paws! They're cute. I like the big paws here, but I feel like the vibe that this is going for is different than the vibe that this is going for. This is going for a little bit more sleek and refined. Meanwhile, this is a little more cartoony and silly. And I think it comes down to how you want to be read. I don't think either of these are going to inherently put you in that category you were worried about with it being read as like a girlfriend energy or girlfriend experience type of thing. I think you'll be okay and not have that as an issue with either of these inherently. And people put that on you, I don't think that's your fault. I think the things that would put you in that category maybe would be if you leaned more into, you know, the usual types of A-line skirts and those kinds of things that maybe put you even further in the same category as others, but as is, I think it's okay. For silhouette, I like that your socks and your pants have these little wings on them. It's very cute. Adds a nice little touch to your silhouette. And the braids are also good for silhouette. I wish this one had the braids also, mayhaps. And also a tail, which is missing. Inquisition is not susceptible to bribery. That's true. Inquisition's immune. Question, how would one even make a girlfriend experience design? What would that even look like? Usually, like, I'm saying this in the way of just what I've observed. Usually making a design that is intended to be GFE is that they are trying to make a design that is a wish fulfillment thing for men, where they are looking for the angle of what types of shirts do men like, what types of clothing, what types of fantasies could be fulfilled through the way that I'm dressed. Typical, maybe, but at the same time, a lot of VTubers just end up liking similar clothing to that anyway, where, like, you know, the maid aspect could lean into one end of that, or, you know, sort of just like the cozy, cute girlfriend aesthetic of wearing, like, boyfriend sweatshirt or stuff like that. I think you'd have to be intentionally designing for that in order for it to read that way, though. Otherwise, I would say not to worry about it. The big paw, leg warmers, and cloak give winter outfit vibes. That's true. This does feel like almost like a winter take on it. Yeah. The one on the far left feels reminiscent of Blade and Soul. I'm not familiar with that reference. I don't know what Blade and Soul is. But always combine the fun aspects into the other design too, because I like the leg warmers. I do like the leg warmers, but I think they're doing something different for us. And one of the things that I think is making these two designs more interesting is the asymmetry of the legs. So I wouldn't want to give them both the leg warmer, or like both of them leg warmers. That would bring back too much symmetry, where I appreciate the symmetry being missing. And I like the option of the hair being shaped like cat ears under the under the little hat. And if the hat is important to the branding, 100% keep it. I think it is cute and it is good for silhouette. And it is less directly cat ears, which might be nice too. Not broadly versed in streamer domain. Setting boundaries about sussy stuff early is the way to go if you want to avoid problems and expectations. Yeah! Oh yeah. That was like my biggest thing when I got started was I needed you all to know what I'm about. And I said, I love my Joby. And that, I think, prevented everything. Really funny as a move as it was, even before I debuted, back in like a year ago, I posted for Valentine's Day something about Joby and lost like 300 followers overnight on Twitch or on Twitter. And it was so funny. I laughed so hard about it when I woke up the next morning. Because I saw that the number like actually like put me down like below like a K. I was at like 8K or something the night when I went to bed. And the only reason I noticed is because I was like at 8,100 and I was at like 7,600 or something the next morning. And because it changed the way it displayed it. And I was like, it's like, huh? Remember the knock it off, I have a boyfriend short? I know. I've been making it very clear that I have a partner I love and adore and that I'm very much just a family-friendly person forever. But it's so funny how people missed that. I don't get it. It's so funny to me. But all those people who left are people I definitely wouldn't want around otherwise. So you're lost, really. Oh, Gato, thank you for following. Some of you have been wild in the comments. Yeah, that was in there. I haven't had any trouble with it recently, but if I ever have trouble with it, I will remake that short specifically and just post it again to ward it off. But yeah, people really do be telling on themselves like that. Yeah, I know. Tell me you're shallow without telling me you're shallow. Tell me you don't value me as a person without telling me. You were just here because you thought you had some shot or something. Wild. Crazy even. Crazy. I'd lie that I have a partner. I know, I wouldn't blame you for doing that either, if it makes people normal. Yeah. Daily reminder of Joby! Daily reminder, I love my Joby! Yikes, for real, yeah. Yikes. Anyways, focus! Wait. Wait. Hang on, I'm thinking about this real quick for a second here. Was there another... I gotta check something real quick. We looked at, I think it was a girl, a pink-haired cat girl who had some very similar, like, rain motifs. Do I accidentally have the same person twice? Because now that I'm thinking about it, she may have been a cat girl. Oh, I found Kito's edit. Finally. Where was it? I swear we looked at something similar that makes me think this may be a repeat. Or I wonder if we somehow have the person that they're talking about being a similar one. I just want to check and see if the name is the same. Let me scroll through. Nope. Where is it? Need to pin the error ace flag to myself now that I think about it. Yeah. I, for Pride Month, will probably make some like 3D or 2D pins that could be used for that purpose for myself. Because I actually made some a long time ago, but never finished them. That I can give so that you guys can use them if you wish on your models also. Where is it? Where is she? Do you remember what I'm talking about? Oh, Kato, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate with us. Where is it? Hang on, I gotta keep looking. That's gonna drive me nuts if I can't find it. I'm having like a deja vu moment real quick. Oh, come on. Thank you for reviewing the model. May I make a reaction video to it? Oh, if you'd like to, go for it. I don't mind at all. I'm glad you enjoyed looking through it. Don't worry, I saw it. Yeah, I saw that you saw it. I'm looking for something else right now. Oh, we've been ad breaked also. Where is it? You know what, that might be funny. That might be the first time someone's ever made a react video to me reviewing their design. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. But I'll be happy in some way that it has. Where is it? Am I going crazy? Shroommates, do you remember what I'm talking about? There was another, I think she had green pants, cat VTuber, who had pink hair and sort of this like rain motif in the headband. Oh no, wait! It is! I think it is the same person! It is! Oh my gosh, wait! We've actually critiqued this person before. This may have been an earlier version of their design. Their name was spelled differently, I think. Pronoun also changed since then, is now just they, then, I think. Or they, them, I think. Because here it was they, any. Okay, never mind. So there we go. They, them. Yeah! This is the seasonal! change to being that. And they did try and incorporate the other nature bits and things to it. Oh, so we did already critique them. That's crazy. I'm glad I remembered that. So is this the most recent? It might be. It might be that this is the more recent one. Let me check. I can actually check in the form. That's funny. That happened. Crazy that I recognized it also. Let's see, question. Can I get... They spelled their name differently, I won't be able to tell. 3, 2, 1. N-I-K-I. Whoa! Let's see, loading. This might actually be the more recent one. Oh no, it's not. It's not. The other one was more. This is the most recent one, which we already graded. That's wild. I think that with that in mind, I almost want some of these things to come back into your other version of the design. I can give it a quick, grade, but I already graded you. Crazy. It didn't stack them, so I missed it. I am so sorry about that. So here, we can give it real quick to that one. Which is that I honestly think I like the outfit of this maybe a little bit better, and that might just be a seasonal one. Would this count towards the Gamba? Yeah, it should count towards the Gamba because we did at least talk about it for a little while. We'll count it. But for this one, the color palette's nice and cohesive. The silhouette is pretty good. I think your other one was too complicated. So I think this is less complicated in a way that is beneficial. For focal point, it was the face in those two outfits. And I see the aspects of the concept that you had before. I think you overcomplicated it, and I do think you should bring some of those Uzbek angles in, but I would still give this maybe like somewhere close to a 9, perhaps? Like, I think these are very cute. And I fear that the other one ends up a little over-designed. But I can see that you were trying to distance yourself from some of the pink-haired things going on. We can clap anyway! Round of applause! Today we might reach 7. Maybe we have an hour. We have an hour, and I have a couple still here. So we'll see. Yeah. Cloud motifs was pastel. Oh, was it? It wasn't pastel, I don't think, though. We will see. Yippee! Round of applause! Your second round of applause from the Shroommates. Next, we have. Wait. Oh, I can tell 3 people have submitted since I went live. We're over 1,000 submissions into the form now. Crazy. Go like that, and then let me find you. What number is this? This one, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be the 6th one, so we probably will make it to 7 because that one was so fast. Is it this? No, let's. Am I getting bamboozled? I just opened the design for this and it's coming up as anime. That's not right. That's not right. Hang on. Anime, have you stolen someone's identity? Oh no, here it is. I got it. My spores! Oh no! How do you sort those submissions? Is there a tagging system? No, we're more or less in order. Yeah, things are going really strangely in the back end right now. I'm trying to find the details for this fella. There we go. Found it. Got it. This is Autopia. She, her. Our second calico of the day, it seems like. This is at AUT0PIA. Got it. And then, okay, and we got a little bit of model info, or lore info also. Yippee! AD locked in the Spore Gamba economy has been upended. What's going on with the Spore economy? Am I missing out? Is the Spore economy, is the Spore stock market also dropping? We need at least one stable currency around here, and I was hoping it could maybe be the Spore economy. Ooh, no bold. Yes, wrap. There we go. There we go. All right. talking. Now we got a real one to review. It's gonna be a long stream. I'm not doing all of them today. I've been working on them for months and months and months and months. And I will continue working on them for months and months and months and months and months. And we'll enjoy it. There we go. So this is Autopia. She, her, Zeropia. Name is Calyx. Species Calico, Necomata. Concept is basically a traveling Necomata that uses their abilities to mess around with spirits. Her main gimmick is giving wings to animal spirits, especially so with animals who aren't meant to fly when resurrecting them. I'd like to add more of that wing motif, but I'm unsure how to do it so without making the design overwhelming. I see. If we're 7,000 spores into 5. Wow, someone's gonna be thanking you for that when they get their payout from the Gamba. Someone does accept cult coin, it's at a steady 0. Yeah, we don't accept any cryptos here. I don't take crypto, no. Especially not that one. So, adventurer. I see a little bit of the adventurer vibe. I think you're right to want to add the winged aspect to this design because right now I feel like it might just be a little too generic in some ways, where all of the clothing none of the clothing feels especially tailored to this character. It feels like these are all almost like default pieces of clothing that anyone could have in their closet, which isn't the worst thing. But I'm wondering if, like, you know, you could say, like, okay, make this more specific. Make the neckline of this. Why is my brush so small? Hello? Make, like, the neckline of this feel like it's wings or something. So that way, that's giving us a little bit of that wing motif. And then this feels a little bit more specific as a result. You could even do, like, the thing, the Cardcaptor Sakura wing style, where it does the, like, thing on like the top hem of it or something, just so it feels a little bit more specific and you get the wing aspect in. Maybe that's a little too much. Maybe you could just leave it like this, but just maybe a little bit more of it. Kind of like the plain clothes on designs, to be honest. I don't mind them. Sometimes simplicity is good, but I fear that this just needs a couple more things that give us a little more character accessory. Things that feel a little bit more specific, right? So like the gloves are a step in a good direction for that. These goggles, I appreciate that you have goggles on the head, but right now I fear that they're a little bit too far behind the hair. So they do get lost for me a little bit. You can make them bigger. And just make them really big and chunky. And thick. I might make it so we can see the outline of it on both sides also. There we go. Because I think we may have been visually missing the fact that the goggles were on top of the head. And that makes it a little bit more interesting. I think the skin and hair have a lot going on in the plainer clothes work here. The skin and the hair do have a lot going on. I just think it's more so in the shape language of the clothes that we could have a little more variety. Where, you know, the belt buckle. Maybe we could have a belt buckle that has a little bit of personality to it, where you get something that is giving us that shape motif of the wing, or if there's some other secondary thing happening, you know, you're an adventurer, Necomata. Maybe we get like a almost like wispy spirit shaped belt buckle. So it doesn't have to be anything that's like super overwhelming. That's not really wispy. I'm gonna make it like wispier. But just so that the little details that are here feel like they're more specific. So like, I don't know. Here's your belt buckle. That's almost like a little wisp thing. So I think Nekomatas are associated with something like that. And, you know, we saw before the very cute, just like kitty cat topped socks. So then the sock shape is a little bit more specific or something, but just little things that make the clothing feel more tailored to this character in particular. Why is this not drawing? Am I on a layer below it or something? It must be. Oh, there we go. Yeah. And then that feels a little more specific. Everyone should check off your EG scales up an accessory. I EG scaled up an accessory hours ago. Hours ago. I did that. I stole no one's limbs today. Honestly, I think I'm not gonna get any bingo today. I might not. I'm just gonna keep doing miscellaneous things here. Like adding more weight there might help this feel more specific. Scaling your feet up a little bit. The wing on the shoe is maybe good, but you might get a little bit of like a Hermes interpretation from that. And then maybe your chest might be up a little too high. Whoops. Also, now that I'm looking at it. There we go. And I think the reason I'm feeling this way about the clothing may also be kind of quickly denoted just by a ladder test, because the more I look at this, the more I think I might be something that this highlights. Let's do a ladder. There is some asymmetry, yes. There's like that at least. I see you throwing your dangerous ladders. It is a dangerous ladder, but the thing for me that makes it feel maybe a little bit odd, these are kind of similar in width all up here, and if all of these horizontals were to be continued across, this would be very climbable down here in the bottom of the leg. And I fear that it's still having the same effect, even though it is asymmetrical. I fear that visually it's still giving me that sort of disinteresting spacing thing. I don't know. Funny that our cat designs had two cats with sky motifs. It's popular with the kitties. I don't know what to say. But what I think I'm seeing from that is just that, like, you know, this goes halfway up the thigh. This goes to exactly the knee. This goes halfway up the shin. I think we can vary where these are proportionally sitting. Like, this is exactly halfway between the top of the sock and the bottom of the shorts. I feel like these heights could have more variety to them, and that might also solve some of the stiffness that I'm feeling, where, you know, make this higher so that it's sitting like right at the knee, so it's not exactly halfway between those points. Maybe this band is lower, so then it's not exactly halfway between, maybe it's like down here, so then it's not exactly halfway between the top of this and the shorts. Oops, continue that all the way across. You know what I mean? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Maybe like this comes about. You can see it up over the top of it again too, or something. But just a couple things like that. And like maybe this boot gets to be a little bit taller or something too. Just to push that the proportions are a little bit more varied, even though it is asymmetrical. Oh, not my music! Where has my music gone? No! Like maybe the tongue is recessed down in. We can see that, but let me just weep, whap, weep, whap, weep, weep, whap, whoop. Like that perhaps is a little bit more varied. Funny how such little changes affect the vibe. Yeah, it's one of those weird psychology things where we may not realize how important some of that stuff is until we really look at it really closely. We might miss it. Let's see. I need another album. Can I get, yeah, give me visions. That works. Cat ear boots. Could give cat ear boots instead of the cat ear sock. You know what I did though? I think oh wait, I didn't draw directly on top of it, but this makes things feel a little bit more specific. I think in a way that is beneficial. And then even, like, the gloves feel like they might cut off a slightly odd point of the arm. Or maybe they could be more exaggerated in the way they switch from being, oops, flush to the hand to being flayed out or something, and then you get, like, I don't know, like a band or something around them. Because we want to stay simplified with the clothing. Definitely look at how real clothing, like the folds on things work. Or, you know, you'll end up with, like, you know, these little things. And you already have the tick lines down here for the fabric. You've got a really big pocket on this side, but it's not on the other. So it might be a little bit strangely asymmetrical. But I think it might just lack a little bit of specificity. Victorian, thank you for following. Or some kind of wing armlet, but I like the wing motif on the shirt. You could. I wonder if we could do like a... Would this look like a wing if I did it like... that, and then made it almost like the second wing is wrapped, like, you know, if it's like a piece of jewelry that wraps around. Like this, because I don't want to give her wings. EG tries to draw a wing from memory. But like something like that might be cute and small and kind of subtle, and then it's framed against the darker shape. Draw your wing more that it looks so that it looks more like a wing than I've drawn the wings. These don't really look like wings, but I'm not gonna worry about it. But that might just be like a nice little subtle touch, and then that becomes a much more specific character accessory, because then at the same time, like, you have a bell. Are Nekomata associated with bells? Mayhaps. Mayhaps they are associated with bells. But like, design your bell up. This bell is just a bell. Give that your wing motif. Give it, I don't know, some of your discoloring that you have somewhere in your body. So that way it's like a little bit more of like a worn bell or something. Give it, I don't know, something. Make it a specific bell. Make it a bell that's more specific to you. Yeah, make it look like a golden snitch. You don't have to do that, but... but options. Make it feel more specific to you, not just like any bell that exists in the world. Make it seem like this is your bell, the one that you own, specific to you. If you lost it, someone would find that bell and say, this is Autopia's. This isn't so-and-so's bell, this other person's bell. This is Autopia's bell. Wings on the hairpins. Maybe, I don't think we want to overdo it with the motif, but that could be another location to add them in if we're looking for places for it. I don't know why I didn't just make the belt buckle also maybe a wing. I made it a little like spirit orb type thing. I'm drawing those on that layer. That makes sense. Like we're looking for places for the wing, maybe a belt buckle is the wing, and it is like the almost like Cardcaptor Sakura wing shape or something. The other one. Like that. That's just in a couple subtle little places. Yeah. Definitely not give her wings, more like an example of the type of wings she'd give to fairies. Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. Goggles and tool bag makes me want to see the mechanical. I don't think she's inherently mechanical in the concept at all. Gimmick is giving wings to the animals, and she's a traveling Nekomata, so I don't know if she needs any of those other things in particular. The only other thing I might say, this might be crazy, this might be unusual for me, Shroommates, don't revoke any of my privileges for this. She's a traveler. Where's her, maybe I'll draw it on this side. Traveler's cloak? Where's her traveler's cloak? Give me like a little asymmetrical moment or something. And maybe it doesn't even have to be like something that's long. Oh, but that covers the arm thing I just gave her. But I just wonder if that might be something nice too. As a toggle or something. Maybe I don't know where to put it right now. Maybe it would have to go on this side? It might be covering too much. Capelet. Yeah, just like something of that sort. I feel like I'm missing. Like, but then that covers that nice shape I put at the top of it. There might be too much going on in that area if I'm trying to add that, so maybe not. Or maybe it just goes like this. And it really cuts out over the shoulder very quickly, or like this side is not left down really long, and then the bell is used as a clasp for it, maybe. You pick it up and put it down here, maybe, and then you can still have like hood or something on top of it. You know what I mean? Maybe. Potentially, theoretically. And like maybe that can be kind of like tarnished, and this can like stick out behind here where it's coming up over the back of the shoulder. I don't know. I'm just thinking. I'm just playing around with things. Also have transparent capelet, have the capelet be a little worn out. Yeah, it could be worn. I think the reason I'm adding it is just because I feel like there might be something missing for me in terms of making this read as Traveler. And this will make it seem like she's roughing it out in the elements a little bit more, maybe. Here, like the bell can maybe be the clasp for it. Or something, and you know, you get your little like wing things for it. You know what I mean? Something like that, maybe? Maybe this is too dark. Poke folded over bags is clearly used, but not right now. Not the, it would show up in standard yapping framing. That's fair. We're just kind of thinking and workshopping a couple of random things. And maybe this capelet is also, or maybe instead of the other things, maybe the capelet is then split so that it has a wing theme to it. Yeah, wing design motif. Like maybe this is shaped in a way where these feel like, it feels like wings behind her. In the way that it sort of like flays out or something. Ideas, we're thinking. Yes, ideation. Change the color of the goggles, they don't blend into the hair as much. Yeah, I think them being gold right now is part of the trouble. Or the gray, but I'm not really sure what color might make them stand out more. Maybe I just have to change the lens color. That might actually blend in more red lenses, maybe? I think the gray is why it was blending in, though. Oops, don't do that on this layer. Let's see, maybe the red will help. Red tends to be really focal. Does make it clear. That almost makes it evil feeling, but I don't know. Did you try and Trigun up the goggles? That is kind of what I'm doing right now. We could make them gold, but I still fear that if I make them gold, they'll still blend in too much. Like a really nice, like, bright orange. If it's really bright, it might stand out better, and then if the area around them was darker instead of lighter, like the goggles were really dark. Maybe this color. And then just playing around. Stand out a little better now. Darker. Could be darker also. Make the lenses themselves darker. This seems like it might be a solution that's closer to how they originally had them. Better. Yeah, maybe. And then for me, finally, unfortunately, I think I've made the focal point thing going on worse, but I fear that before I made all of my changes, the focal point was the bag for me, or the shirt. The face was not especially focal. And this is one of those times where I'm gonna once again give you bingo, but what if the eye color was not yellow? Unfortunately, yellow eye color I don't think works very well most of the time. This eye on this side might be okay being left yellow. Whoops. Because it's against the darker tone of the skin that is underneath the calico patterning. But I fear that we're not looking in the eyes because there's just so much happening everywhere else too. Oh, shoot me later. Oh, bye, life to thrive. Good luck at work. Enjoy your work. Green is a color that I sort of want to work for this one. Maybe green is not the color. Maybe I need something a little more teal or blue. I've reinvented heterochromia. But once again, I feel like that'll make the eyes more focal. But I think I have gotten through the bulk of the thoughts I had here, which include silhouette. Silhouette's okay. I think I did a little more exaggeration in your clothing to make your silhouette stronger. But you've got some good asymmetry. You do have some funkiness happening in your ladder, so I think I'll put you right there. Complexity versus clarity. I want a little more specificity in your design. I fear that the clothing is not specific enough. And I think you should incorporate your motifs of the wings more into the design, like you were already aware of. Green is not a creative color. How does that go? I have unfortunately watched that, so I know what you're talking about. Heterophobia in her eyes. Oh, we're so heterophobic here today in the shroom state. Focal points. I don't know if they were working especially well up front, and I don't think I fixed it. But I think there's a way to get us to look you in the eye a little more readily. For color palette, however, your colors work well for me. There's a little bit of clarity things happening with them maybe, especially with the goggles and the hair to the face. It is a struggle when you're making the hair and the skin somewhat comprised of the same colors because of the things happening with being a calico. But I wonder if some more shading might just set those things apart more clearly. So what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10? I think that sounds fair. This just needs a couple more pushes, and mostly I think in specificity, to get it to its final point, mayhaps. But I think that's a fair score here. Crewmates, could I get a round of applause here for Autopia, pretty please? Pretty please, can we clap while I drink a little gingy ale? Grading a rubric giving me PTSD. I am, in fact, a teacher. So I do have to use it because that is the only way we can keep things objective, and also so that way everyone knows what they're being graded on ahead of time. It's helpful. Yippee! Round of applause! Feel super unhappy about a finished design for a model which is already in the rigging stage. Currently watching your streams and VODs working on a new design, it makes me confident. If you'll have to get a new model and postpone my debut, although I'll love your critiques. I'm glad you like my critiques! I'm sorry that you're feeling not so confident about a design, but that's what 2.0s are for. That's what 2.0s are for. You learn a lot from your first model a lot of the time. Have you seen my first model? You learn a lot from it about what direction you want to take it in, about what things work, about what things don't work, about how you want to be presenting yourself as a VTuber. So don't fear. Often the 2.0 is necessary for most of us. I like the way I am now, and honestly see no reason to ever get a 3.0. I like this design too much. I like the way I am. And hopefully for you, that can be the way it goes. Get a 1.0 you're happy with, get your toes wet, get started, get in there. But then, once you've established yourself some, come back for more. Come back for your modifications, if you like. Extra credit question, are there any rules around weapons for submissions? So our cartoony cowboys designing the gunslinger motif is core to the concept. No rules! Don't put anything in it that would get me banned on Twitch, but that's it. That is all. Yes, I do have a gun, so you're fine. Oh, hello? Yeah, I have a gun, so you're fine. Don't worry. We're permitted to have those here. As long as we're not making threats with them, Twitch doesn't have a problem with it. I was trying to eat my gummy vitamins earlier, so I'm gonna eat them now. How long do you think it'll take for you to want a 3.0 model? So if I were to get a 3.0 model, I wouldn't want to make it myself. I would not want to make it myself. So it would have to be at a point in my life where I could afford paying someone else to make it, and I would have to have found a like dream 3D modeler perhaps, or like a dream designer to modify me, to redesign me essentially, because unless I start getting really discontent about what my design is now, I don't think I will have a 3.0. I get all of my silly expression out through all of my outfits. Yeah, Squiiji is technically 4.0, kind of, not really, no. They're not full different models, they're just outfits. For as much as every single texture on them changes, they're not full different versions of me. I honestly don't, because like on one hand my brain was like, oh, maybe if there was a 3.0 it would be if I went for a live 2D, but here's the problem. If I got a live 2D model, it'd just be like something cute and chibi and like a gimmick. I have hands. I need hands. I need hands so bad. And I like being 3D because of all the things it lets me do. And I think I'd be totally unsatisfied in 2 dimensions. So, actually, no clue. No plans on a 3.0 anytime. What is this model in? I'm in Vignon. I am 3D. Weep. Wap. Weep. Yeah, I do talk with my hands. I don't talk with them. I talk with them a lot, but like right now I'm talking with my hands, but they're too low for the leap motion to see. I have to be up here for them to see it, which is pretty high. I want better hand tracking so bad. Let me see, so here's our potential final for the day. Let me move this. Here. Made like 3 1.0 model designs before even starting the model. I mean, I have Squiiji 1.5. the curse that it was. How about this? What would you change in your model to get higher score in the rubric? My weakest category right now is that I'm symmetrical. That is my absolute weakest thing about my design right now. It's the symmetry. My hair is asymmetrical. But that's it. I'm completely symmetrical otherwise. I am going for stability in the design, but it's too much. So that would be my thing I would change, is make myself less symmetrical. How would I do that? No clue. I don't have an answer to that question. I'm weird about designing myself. I'm much better at designing for other people than myself. It's so much easier for me to design things that I don't want to be. And I think you will find that throughout all of my 3D outfits, I think they all end up being pretty symmetrical because I'm a 3D modeler and I'm cutting corners. So I'm not trying to have a 10 out of 10 design. I'm trying to not perish in 3D modeling myself. Is more so how it goes. Let's see. Yippee, let's get this one labeled. This is Proto Kitty. Oops. Oh, this must be a really big file if the text is that small. Let's see, how big is this? Edit, change, image resolution. Oh, it's not, it's just 4K, it's 4K. That's normal. Is this TOS safe? This is totally fine for TOS. The pelvis is fully covered, so we should be okay. That's not why I zoomed in. Picky designing my own model. I'm picky, but it's more so that the way that I'm picky is more in like the gender presentation manner. Like, I want an androgynous outfit. And unfortunately, I find a lot of androgynous outfit design to be severely lacking in silhouette. So that's the struggle for me more so. And then I like neutral colors, but neutral colors aren't essentially that interesting all the time. There's many factors in me trying to design for myself. If I'm designing for someone else, all of those things stop being a problem and I can just design like a normal person. I know the androgynous outfit design struggle too well. I know. I know. It's tough. It's overalls. That's the solution. Oh, you've taken what? Hey, can I have my polys back? I need those. I need those usually. Hey. Would you be okay with me trying to design you, but if I was given prompts for you, aka Inky Shaggy Cap art teacher? Oh, like just taking my concept and designing something based on it, but not as me? Oh, whoa. So like just taking my concept and designing a character based on that? Sure, go for it. You were more than welcome to do so if you were just given the prompt of me. Yeah, go for it. I'd be intrigued to see what that ends up as. My specifics for my design were Inky Cap Mushroom, yeah, Shaggy Inky Cap Mushroom, art teacher. Also like looking for the angle of stability and calmness visually in the design. Do with that what you will if you really want to. Let's see. Notes here. Get my notes in here. Wow. Oop, hang on. Whoop, hang on. Incorrect. Let's not stretch my text real big. There we go. I gotta do this more and just have music I know in the background. I feel like it's got me in like a good state today. Oh, can I copy and paste this, please? Let me. There we go. Got it. Reduce that size down. Come on, stay highlighted. Pretty please. There we go. Got it. Be interesting extra credit where you can put it in and get assigned different prompts. Oh, maybe. That could be interesting. I think one of our other extra credits we have lined up for the future is designing an e.g. a 11J1 design for my Utao model. Or my Utao, I guess model is not the right word. My Utao voice bank, kind of. Which is essentially taking the concept of e.g. and adding the concept of digital to it. Someone for Halloween designed me almost as a, like, robot in some way, which was neat. E.g. pop star, yeah, kind of. It could have an angle of E.g. pop star in it, maybe, if you want. But yeah, that could be things to consider for the future. But we have 15 minutes. I want to do at least one more. I gotta get through this one more. So, focus up, shroommates! Jingle, 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 jingle. Jingle, jingle. So, Proto-Kitty, she, her. Proto-Kitty's an aspiring cyber cat idol. Question-wise, I'm mainly interested in opinion of her hair, especially in the silhouette, as I feel on her older design it felt a little too rounded or convoluted. Wondering how her latest design feels. Thanks. Well, let's find out. How is your silhouette? Let me get rid of your entire background. See, are there any little pockets I've missed? A couple little thin ones, maybe. Unless these are reflections. They might be. Can't tell if these are whole. Whoops. Get rotated. I heard the jingling, I'm here. Jingles keys for you. Hello! Are you still here? Earth to shroommates? There we go. I'm just gonna delete it and then just fill in, whoops, behind it. There we go, and I'll fill this in an off-white so we can see the hair a little better. Whoops, that was not a clean selection. Oh wait, that's why. For some reason it's... What? Oh, there we go, okay, got it. So, for silhouette, we'll start with that since that's where your concerns were. What? Oh, it's because those aren't selected and removed. So, for silhouette, I like the ends of the pigtails, but I can see where things may get confusing in this region where I can't tell what we're looking at based on the silhouette, unfortunately. And then I think you're also maybe cheating. This star is not a part of your silhouette. Ooh, where's my selection lasso? That's not a part of you. Oh, I've been raided. Hello. Welcome in, shroommates. You know the drill. Rotate at them. Lumi's awesome. Lumi is awesome. Raid. I feel like I'm being attacked. Those are some really aggressive pickaxes. Hello. I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Ooh, and I'm rotating. And today we're looking at cat VTuber designs. We're looking at Proto-Kitty right now. We're assessing her silhouette. What were you guys up to? How was your stream? Also, Toby Cordelia, thank you for following. And thank you, probably Amber, for getting the shout out. Thank you. Ooh, yeah. Thank you for giving birth to Luminous? To what? What have I done? I don't know what I'm being accused of right now. I'm not familiar with this concept. I hope you have a lovely stream. Your videos help me make my model. Oh, that's what you meant. I'm glad I could help out. That's a funny way of putting it. The only thing I have birthed in any manner is my son Gary. I have not. I don't create things in that manner. I'm a mushroom. I procreate asexually or not at all. Yeah, godparents more like it. Yeah. But I'm glad I could help you. I hope you enjoyed the video. Also, congrats on debuting then. But how was your stream? What were you guys up to? You may have said it, I may have gotten distracted. We want to hope you'll stream. Thank you. Sonic Boy, thank you for following also. We are looking at a silhouette right now for a cat. We are having a cat-themed day. Let me hide this for now. There we go. Here's our cat. Oh, that's why it's doing funny business. There's white inside the letters for some reason. Oh, hang on. Whoop, fix that. Got it. Start my chat. It's all good, don't worry. We're just relaxed and chilled. It was fun. Nice! Always a good time. Always a good time. We love a good bit of yapping and relaxing. That's honestly a skill, but more so maybe a problem for me a lot of the time. Here for the channel points. We love our channel points around these parts also. You got a lot of weird things you can do with them. You can throw a table at me if you want. If you really want. Among other things. But anyways, locking in! This design! Oh wait! You and your fellas, if you need to do things like eating or drinking, ouchie! Ow! Ow! Hey! Just because I mentioned it exists doesn't mean you should attack me. Hey! If you or your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or start memeing, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, I appreciate it, but please prioritize looking after yourselves primarily. Gotta go, but thank you again. Yeah, of course, no, take care of yourself. Get your post-stream care in. But thank you for stopping by. I will take care of your fellows quite well. Silhouette. So, silhouette. The reason I think the silhouette is getting confusing is because the tail is becoming part of the pigtails. And I'm wondering if instead of the current pigtail shape for that, I wonder if either the tail needs to come up higher and not be as wide, where they come up like this maybe, and then the hair silhouette comes in, whoops, that's not the right color, comes in here. You see what I'm saying? Where it becomes more exaggerated. So then we're differentiating these two items more clearly in the silhouette. Alternatively, we could almost do the opposite, where we make the hair more obviously the thing that is the silhouette, and maybe the whole hair shape, I'm drawing green, becomes like this instead, where it's like out here and just as wide, and then it turns into that little thing you have at the end with a little spiky bit down at the bottom. That way, wherever the tail ends up overlapping with it, we get the negative space of the tail down here. Me make this actually the color it's gonna be. And then we covered this up. And then where the tail goes over on top of it, it still ends up being a little bit taller, but because we can see the negative space suggestion of it on the bottom, in the silhouette, it'll be a little clearer also. So they're not sharing the same space as much. Either of these, I think, are valid options here. Potentially. Oh, are we fighting over what my hair length should be? That's valid. Understandable. How to show the Raiders? Okay, that's fine, Selma. You're welcome to show the Raiders. Moon back. Okay, that's fine. We'll keep moving, like nothing's going on. We'll keep going, like you've done nothing. Nothing's going on. Totally normal. Anyways, silhouette. One of these two things you should do. This might be better for having a crazier silhouette, but if you want something that feels a little more sleek, go this way. No, don't pull it. Don't draw attention to it. Don't draw attention to it. I will drink my ginger ale. We're gonna stay focused. Don't draw attention to it. I thought you said you like bald. I do like it, okay, but it's gonna distract me, and then I'm gonna yap about it, and then I'm gonna go over 6 p.m., and then I'm not gonna eat dinner with my Joby on the right time when I should be. We have to lock in. Bald is a slay. Yes, this is true. However, focus. You're good. No, you're good. So I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. Don't worry. You're good. You're good. Ginger ale, lock in. True mates, lock in. Silhouette, do one of those things. Shoes, I feel like once again, we could be having more silhouette happening in shoes. I think that's been my like phrase of the day today. Like, what if these were like super exaggerated and had like a really like cool like silhouette in the underside of them too, that we could see a little more clearly? What if that? What if these things you have around your ankles that are already providing a little bit of positive negative space. What if they were just bigger? If you're tech-based, you can have things float. They don't have to be restrained by reality if you're computery. Like, make that bigger. Make it more exaggerated. Your hands also just feel small to me in general, considering how curvy you are. So maybe also just make the hands just bigger themselves. That might be more of an art thing, perhaps. There we go, got that. Bigger. I like the giant chunky sleeve shape. It is a shame that the giant chunky sleeve shape is not contributing to silhouette, however, because of the hair and the tail kind of existing at the same latitude. But maybe that's okay. We don't have to worry about it. Make sure the hands are covered. There we go. Got it. So one of those things for the hair. For silhouette, just exaggerate some of your elements maybe a little bit more, but honestly, the silhouette's not too bad. It is interesting in and of itself. For color, I think one of the things that I'm tripping up with is that focal point wise, your face should be really striking. It should be, because it's really high contrast, but the red of your clothing is just so bright. It's just so bright. So bright, it's so high chroma. And then instead of being shaded in a way where it gets darker, the shading is mostly just getting more saturated. So I'm wondering if we need to go like this. Let's see if this will work. Multiply. No, that's not a nice color. Oh, try again. Oh, try again. Hang on. Go like this, maybe? Oh, I fear that's gonna make it worse. Hang on. Do I have a solution to this? How would I solve this? How would I solve this? Maybe I airbrush this and make it not as dark and then put it like back here to give depth, and that'll push the focal point up. Yeah, Orpal. Orpal might be solution. Oh, I've lost my red vox. All is amiss. Oh, okay, hang on. Hang on. And then we blur it so that it fits the sort of smooth shading style that's here otherwise. Whoops, and it goes too low over here on this edge. Ah. There we go. Fix that. Maybe that is part of a solution, just so that it pushes it back some, and then I might just completely cover these shoes with it. Oh, there's a thing. I drew a shoe on top of it. Oh. And then just make the legs less forefront. And maybe that is helping with the focal point for me a bit. Yeah, I think it is. Also, tonally, it's making all of the colors fit together a little bit better. Oh, that was the end of that. Red Vox, you need to make your albums longer or just make a playlist that has all of them so that I can just listen to them like that. And we cannot put Blood Bagel on. That's not an option. I think we're gonna end up going back to... Yeah, no Blood Bagel. Maybe we're gonna end up going back to Kerosene here. Mayhaps. Maybe that's fine. There we go. Oh, my hair's back already. That feels like it was weirdly quick. They're bald and redesigned people who have hair. I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous that they have hair. Not having hair is a slay. Don't worry. I'm good. I'm good. Hair or not, you cannot reduce my power in any way other than yap. I think also what I've done to the blue things in my example has also made the focal point a little harder to discern. Because it should actually be like this in this area probably, and only become fully bright up towards the tip. And that might be also why it's feeling so distracting right now. Blur. There we go. I think focal point wise, these things are all held. I've already listened to this one twice. I can't remember. There we go. Yeah, focally, I think we're getting the focal point up to the face a lot more now. The shade made it come back faster. I was so worried about it. You know, it's a Monday, I already have enough things going on. I was like, no, no, no. I can't have the shroommates looking at my follicles. Not today, not right now. But there we go, I think that works. I think also for me, prior to doing this with the purple in the design felt maybe slightly out of place. So I think that helped unite it a little bit more too. So that works out. Very nice and bright otherwise. I think the only other problem for me is the hair doesn't have a lot of depth in the shading. There's something odd happening throughout this design where it randomly goes back and forth between being fully cell shaded as we see at the bottom of the hair, but then some elements like in the legs are fully smooth shaded. So do definitely make a decision, one or the other. But I feel like the hair being smooth shaded up here is ending up being a little bit messy, maybe? Something's changing in spite of me. Okay. Just because this ends up being pretty consistently in the midtones up here, some of these parts just might need to be a little bit darker. And then like behind the head maybe needs to be darker or lighter, just so I can see where the edges of parts of the hair are a little bit more clearly. We could probably even tweak the shape language of this better because right now, unfortunately, it's feeling like the edge of the mask is the same, it's almost tangent with the hair. We could make the hair read more like hair because it feels pretty chunky right now. And then make it mimic, you know, all these other little hairs you have. Boop. 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 A little more hair-like, a little more loose. Autistic Badusi, hello. Crazy name also. Smells like s'mores cookies? What are you guys talking about? Miscellaneous things. Oh, bye Selma, blessed rotations. Thank you for hanging out. So, I think that's pretty good in the right direction. Let me check my rubric and see what I need to talk about still. For colors, it was... The purple didn't feel like it fit super well and we need a little more shading. And then for focal point, the face isn't super focal. For silhouette, the silhouette is good the way that it is, honestly. It's pretty dang strong. Complexity versus clarity, you don't feel over-designed to me, thankfully. I feel like I could make you into a nice, cute, marketable plush if I wanted to, without really having to remove just about anything, probably. Mostly we just wanted a little bit more exaggeration from props, which would then go into it if you were going to be a little bit more plushified. And I think the last thing I have to do here is maybe a ladder check, but that might have been a really quick one also. Complexity is fine. Concept motifs. Robot. I see it from the mask. Kitty. You've ears, right? Yeah, ears on your headphones and tails. Got it. Cyber cat idol. I think the idol angle I could get from the boots, but you aren't really dressed like a more typical idol, and that's fine. I don't think you have to be. There's a lot of variety in what an idol concept can be. But I wonder if you're trying to be an idol if we want maybe a little bit more music motif, perhaps? But maybe that's something we don't have to worry too much about. There's so much variety in what can and cannot be an idol-ish outfit. Maybe it is fine. Maybe we don't have to worry. But maybe I'll put it here. Maybe we want a little more hint of that. I wonder if... Oops. I wonder if something as simple as... Like, you've got these straps on here. This almost feels like a straight jacket. But I'm wondering if maybe instead of some of these other details you have on here, you could have something that's like an audio, not interface. What is the word I'm looking for? Like, you know the thing where it's like all the little like bars that, if I draw it, you'll know what I'm talking about. Like the little thing where it's like, and they grow and shrink based on the audio, or you get like just like a waveform or something that changes while you talk. That way we're getting a little bit more of the music visualization. Yeah, equalizer visualizers, maybe, yeah. But something like that, so that way we get a little bit more of a note that there's a music angle or a speaking angle. Yeah, audio synthesizer. Something like that might be nice. Where did I do this also? Because it's... I like accidentally modified your silhouette improperly. Like, got rid of your shoulders. There we go. There we go. So maybe instead of having these sort of random seeming little icons on the chest. Maybe instead we could have like something this color with the blue on the edge, but it's like the square things bars and they get taller and shorter as you talk or something. And they move. I'm gonna close this shape off and then fill it. This isn't working. Prefer to curve. Nothing's working! But maybe something like that. Just to have given you the idea. Or even maybe you get like the audio visualizer that is along the crest of your shoulder and then we can just see like the bottom part of the thing. Ooh, maybe you could even stand up like a spiked edge or something. I don't know. But I'm just thinking of interesting ways we could incorporate it. Like something like that might be interesting. And then it moves when you talk or sing. Yeah. Making Zero-chan is like being able to clearly see what good things come naturally to you after so much practice. I know! I struggled so bad with silhouette for mine because I'm such a silhouette-based designer. Ah! I was losing it. I like couldn't stop accidentally making the silhouette better. It was driving me nuts. But my thought, instead of having these more generic little stamps on you, maybe you have something that relates more directly to the music angle. Or maybe you have them placed with music notes or something, just so we get the idol angle a little bit more clearly. Honestly, this might be kind of cool if I rendered it a little better. Like, hang on, can you outline it or something and see if we can see it a little better then? Yeah, like that might be neat. Struggle with silhouette and color. Yeah, I also struggled with color. Yam had to watch me manually edit my colors to be worse at the end because my colors, despite my best efforts, I could not figure out how to design a color palette that I felt was bad enough. Your friend, if you're trying to find a color palette that's really bad, just do what you would normally do kind of for color design and then do a hue slider and it'll make it infinitely worse. That's my solution. There we go. That might be kind of neat. Or even, you know, I've got those pixelated things here. Maybe you end up with something pixelated, like coming out from under the collar or something that is the part that directly relates to when you talk or something. I don't know. But just something more that gives us that music angle in the design, because I don't know if we're getting it right now. Instead of hearts, or maybe it's just a heart with a flag on it or something, so it's a music note then. Maybe I make them taller and then they break the edge of this. There, now they're notes. Now it's music. I don't know. Just something to make the motifs feel a little bit more specific to the concept. But otherwise, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5 out of 10? 2, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think that adds up right. Right, yeah, I think that's right. A little work done for silhouette clarity, a little work done for focal points, but otherwise, quite well done. I think it's fun. It was very memorable to me too, and the color, it's neat. Yeah, good work. True Ways, can I get a round of applause? I was getting a hue shifter, but that felt like lying. Specific shade of indigo my eyes are opposed to. You know what is a really good color for putting in a palette that you want to not like is mauve. If you want to make a palette that you don't like, just make a palette that you mostly like and make mauve a main color in it also. That'll make you hate a color palette, I promise. Just pick a random color that is a desaturated red or a desaturated green, and that just makes everything worse. I promise. Usually. But yay! Round of applause for Proto Kitty! Need to finish the Zero-chan fix I was doing. Oh boy, fixing, man, modifying. You can like mauve. No, you can like mauve, but mauve is just one of, you can like those colors on their own, but if you're doing a color design that is meant to be otherwise like vibrant and typically VTuber-y and typically coherent, and you randomly just stick mauve in as a color, it gets weird. It's something I've witnessed more times than I'd like to admit in screen printing. My students would, for some reason, we had this thing called the morgue in screen printing, where if you would mix a color and then have color left over at the end, you could put it in this cabinet we called the morgue, where other students could adopt your color and use it as a base for mixing other colors. And what I think had happened was some student had mixed a color that I guess I would call mauve, and everyone kept trying to put it in their prints as a result because there was a lot of it and they didn't want to buy their own color, but that color wrecked everything. Gormley's almost mauve, his hair especially on its own. I would say that Gormley, because of the overwhelmingly warm color palette, isn't having a problem. You've designed around the mauve. My students were not designing around the mauve. They were adding mauve to a color palette because it was available and it caused a problem. That, I think, is more so the issue. You designed with it intentionally. TBH, I hate color schemes with more than one or maybe two highly saturated colors. There's a way of making it work. I am not especially always good at executing on concepts that are meant to be super highly saturated everywhere because it's not within my personal preferences. I like things that are much more like how I am. I like color mood, and having too many saturated colors doesn't give me color mood the way I want it to. Where I like sort of an overall color design. I want to look weird against a background I'm not supposed to look, I wasn't designed against, because I exist with a certain color temperature. And going too saturated in every way tends to make that not work in some way. I don't know. I just overlaid pink over the whole design because the color was disjointed. That's why we went from brunette to mauve. Oh, I see. I mean, honestly, it didn't bug me on yours. You just have to design with color intentionally, and I fear that mauve is a color that is not used intentionally often, unfortunately. Similar with Aphrodite has given me a color that is indigo. This is the color when my clients tell me they want the color blue that I assume they mean. If you say the color blue to me, I guess this is more indigo, but blue ostensibly is like almost a third of the color wheel to me. You have to be more specific. But this is I can work with this color. This is a Cory Bite blue, I think, right? I love saturated colors, I just go for them. They are nice. I just don't always enjoy working with them. They make my eyes hurt also. Color only exists on screens, but you can't print stuff like this. Not with a printer, you can't, but with screen printing, you can. You can with screen printing. I can fix a color that looks almost exactly like this. It's doable, I promise. But with, because I have what is the word I'm looking for? What is the word I'm looking for? Oh, the thing where the light goes through the ink. Light fastness. Light fastness is the reason why I can mix a color like this in printmaking, but you can't make it out of a printer sometimes. Lumen, not lumen, but yeah. Mauve is the most hated color for the elite dangerous players these days. Who are those? What do you mean by that, huh? What day is the Zero Chan reviews? I need to put in my calendar. Next Friday! Not this Friday, next Friday on stream. Next time I'll just have to give you a hex code instead of just saying blue. That blue is bright. Yeah, you have to tell me what you want from a blue. What mood you want from a blue. Give me a color palette, give me a Pinterest board, give me something. That's like default blue in my head though. It's like the pinkest pink where you just can't get colors like that without being intentional. Yeah, you can't work with colors like that without being intentional. There's so many colors that don't work well out in print. And I fear that if you design your VTuber around colors that don't work well in print, that won't bode well for you if you ever want merch, unfortunately. Do bear that in mind, if possible, roommates. But, anyways, we did kind of wrap up here. How many did I get through? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Wow, above average EG day today, despite the fact that I'm having tummy issues. I think I deserve a round of applause for that. That's crazy. I locked in. I did quite well. 7 was even also the highest you could have guessed, and almost no one guessed it. Enjoy your points, I think all 3 of you who put them in for that category. Although I will say YouTube was a little bit more trusting of me. YouTube thought I'd do a little better. Wait, it all went to one person who went all to Mars! Oh my god! Only Mars! Kato, thank you for the bits. Mars got 14,000 points exclusively alone. You were the only one who had faith in me. Thank you, Mars. That's crazy. So you now can afford a lot. You now have a lot of shmoney. You finally guessed right. There you go. You got your payout eventually. It took a minute, but you got there. There we go. Full shroomy redistribution of wealth here. Also, hi, Kaniko. I see you. Yeah, you're so welcome, EG. Of course, of course. Thank you all for being here while I locked in and got through 7 today. It was a good day. Anyways, final housekeep for the day is Thursday. We're looking at Marvel Rival character designs. If you have not, and there were characters you wanted me to look at, you should leave a comment on the VOD just to make sure I get to the designs that you want me to look at. Because there may be time at the end where I'll take some requests, but there may not be. Because I know what my pacing will be better, so I may pull enough in advance. So go there to the link and let me know if there's any particular characters you want me to get to for Thursday. And then also on Friday, I think we will do Emma Frost for sure because she's another blonde, blue and white girly. She looks the same as 2 of the other ones kind of to me. But we will do that. Then also Friday, we are continuing my Q&A. I've been doing a Q&A several times across the last, several-ish months. I haven't done one in about 3 months apparently now it seems like. I think my last one was January. So, Q&A, if you've had questions that you've wanted to ask me that aren't on topic for streams, then ask me them for that stream. There's a marshmallow, I will make the link apparent and easily accessible. You can ask them in there, that way they're guaranteed I'll get to them. I will be starting with questions that were asked last time that I didn't get to, but we will get to the current questions. It's just yap. But anyways, I think that's it. Thank you for hanging out today, Shroom mates. I hope you guys enjoyed some co-working, a little bit of design snooping. YouTube, I will have to say Shroomulator because I cannot send you anywhere. Unfortunately. Whoop, accidentally and opens my own stream. YouTube Shroomates, Shroomulator. Thank you for hanging out, fellas. Thank you for being very well behaved in the YouTube area. And